Good morning, all. Miss Gruber,
Good morning. How are you? Happy Teachers Day.
happy Teachers Day to you too.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, can you send Miss Gruber's, sorry, Miss Berry's number to me in the chat?
Okay. Just give me a few. Will do.
All right. Morning. How you doing? You're on the program this morning, I see. Okay, where are they? You're coming to office? All right, good. Yeah, do it from home. Not a problem. All right. The session I'm want you control for me will be the workshop session from 10 to about lunchtime. And just to make sure that the presenters, you just got spotlight them, mute
Good morning. Just doing a mic check. Are you hearing me, Kirk? Are you hearing me, Zaria?
Loud
Dr.
and
Michael?
clear, loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much.
Are you hearing me all right?
I'm hearing you quite fine.
Okay, thanks. Hi, morning, Mr. Mark. Not bad. I was reminding you that we're starting at 9 o'clock, the opening ceremony.
Mute your mic. Dr. Malcolm.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pino.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Dr. Beckford.
Good morning, Dr. Bedford.
Thank you, sir. Morning. Morning, Dwayne. Dwayne, I'm sure you get the question all the time. Are you related to Ron?
Ron Daly?
Yeah.
No, sir. Not that I know. Not that I know of.
Well, not that you know.
Right. Good morning, everyone.
Hold
I
on,
want to.
hold on a second. Let me give you a cue.
All right, good.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Janga, as soon as you're there, try reach to the room, try reach to the boardroom and set it up for me. Please do not log into ECC 58.
I hear me clearly, Mr. Pinner?
Yes, I am. Give me 1 second and you should be ready to go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Just give us a few more seconds while our technical staff deals with the issue.
Okay, Mr. Daly, you're gonna go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning again, everyone. Welcome to Excelsior Community College's Virtual Research Day. I want to say thank God that we are all here. We are alive and well, and we have been keeping safe and healthy so that we can participate in another research day here at Excelsior Community College 2021. I want to say, first of all, happy Teachers Day to every teacher in the house. And also a special good morning to some of our executive members, administrative members as well, and my colleagues, Dr. Orville Bedford. I see our guest speaker, Professor Paul Golden, our principal, Mr. McCarthy, Vice Principal, Dr. Zario Malcolm Walker, our deans, head of schools, our dean of research and institutional advancement, Mrs. Naomi Jacobs, Vice Principal of Student Affairs, Mrs. Marsha Gowie Phillips, the Assistant Director of IPCE, and everyone, the students especially, good morning. And a special good morning to our special guests from near and far, international institutions who are here. You know, research and innovation is important to higher educational advancement. And our own Research and Innovation Division, RID, here at Excelsior Community College, has taken the initiative to cultivate in our students an awareness of research and its relevance to personal and professional development. And so this initiative manifests in the hosting of a one-day research conference. Now, this year marks the 9th staging of Research Day, and the theme today is Embracing Research, a pathway to innovation amidst change. We all know, and if you don't know, research is critical to the advancement of higher education institutions, especially ECC. There are many things in the pipeline, many visionaries that have passed and are here today to contribute to the development and the advancement of the institution. And the reputation of Excelsior Community College is very, very important. Teaching and research are far from mutually exclusive. They are in fact complementary activities, and students will benefit tremendously from the involvement in hands-on research, experiences, development, valuable practical and analytical skills from their participation. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone needs to get involved everyone needs to participate. And so I want to welcome you to our virtual Research Day 2021. I'm your moderator, your master of ceremony. My name is Dwayne Daly. And I want to say to you that today there are a lot of important persons who will be here sharing with you, enriching your knowledge, exposing you to new trends that will enable you, will empower you to become excellent students, to become productive citizens for tomorrow. And this morning, we want to say to you that 2021, the Virtual Research Day, is where you're going to get that medicine to, to keep you on track with what the future holds or will provide to us. So we have greetings from across the seas, from Niagara College. We will be entertained as well in song, in poetry, and also we will have our guest speaker, an alumni guest speaker here today, and an awards presentation. And this will be facilitated through ICT. And then we will have the vote of thanks being passed by the Student Union Vice President, Ms. Tamika Boyer. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some housekeeping matters that I want to highlight first of all. So please bear with me. I want to promote first of all the landing page and make sure that you do your registration so that we can capture the data for future reference. Also, I want to say to you that if you have questions, please post it in the chat and also post it to the link on the landing page as well. Now, RDI contact information will be posted later on, but do leave your number if you have further requests, and we will pass that on to you later on. All right, so without any further ado, I want to say good morning again, and I'm going to ask our chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Philip Robinson, to open this virtual research day for us. Reverend Dr. Robinson. Reverend Dr. Robinson is probably just trying to open up his mic. And such is, this is what the virtual space sometimes, brings, that kind of technical difficulty. So, please bear with us. We will get on track, and I'm sure you will enjoy today's proceedings. Reverend Dr. Robinson, are you hearing me? Okay, it seems we're having a bit of technical difficulty, so let us open in prayer. I probably will give him about 10 more seconds, 10, 15 seconds. Okay, I'm seeing him now. Mr. Pinnock, could you, I'm not sure, probably Reverend Dr. Robinson is having some difficulties there at home.
Yes.
Could you, yes. Could you unmute Dr. Malcolm Walker so that Reverend Dr. Robinson could speak through his phone?
Go ahead, Rev. Rev? Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. We sing the almighty power of God that makes the mountain rise, that spreads the flowing seas abroad, and builds the lofty sky. God of all power and truth, God of wisdom and grace, as we pause for prayer as an educational institution on Research Day, it must be with a sense of awe and deep gratitude that we acknowledge your bountiful goodness, recognize your love towards us and all humanity. When we consider your power, Lord, we are bewildered by the thought of all the energy that could stretch like a curtain across this universe. When we remember that you created all the sources of energy and power and everything that sustains life on this earth and in this universe, we say, what a mighty God we serve. We thank you this morning for the thirst for knowledge and wisdom that you have placed in us as human beings. And we give to you in recognition of what you have given to us, of all the abilities with which you have blessed us, as we seek knowledge and truth and share the same with others. I pray, God, that the results of this day will be such that we might feel that we have truly worshipped you in our working. And we pray that all that is said and done might redound to your praise and glory, and to the betterment of our institution and the growth of our students and further service to our nation and our generation. So into your hands we commit ourselves and all that we do today, and we do so in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Philip Robinson, for that lovely prayer. We want to welcome our principal, Mr. Fillmore McCarthy, and he brings to us his welcome.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Mr. Dwayne Daly. Colleagues all, ladies and gentlemen on the platform, good morning. You know, it's interesting, as it said, you know, Murphy's Law. Once something can go wrong, it will happen. And this morning, we're off to a late start because of the technology. But again, we need to give God thanks that we're here. I must recognize Professor Paul Godin professor at the University of Technology, and I believe the head of one of the largest schools there in that institution. We want to welcome you, sir, and happy to remind us that you are, in fact, a graduate of this noble institution. We welcome you. Special welcome to our senior executives and other members of staff, and special welcome to all persons on this platform this morning. Once again, here Excelsior celebrates its Research Day. And in fact, Research Day really has become a part of our college calendar because it's aligned with our mission. And we have a mission that of providing an enabling research-driven environment that enhance learners' long life development. And as you know, the main focus of research really is about to inform and to provide action to gather information and to understand our existence and to contribute to the development of further knowledge. So here at Excelsior, we see this as a very important part of our existence. And I want to congratulate the team that has worked to continuously provide a research environment. Notwithstanding the challenges that we have had and the ability to transition to this online platform, we have endeavored to ensure that we're able to continue to meet and deliver based on our mission. So this morning, the Research Day, the theme, Embracing Research, Empowering Innovation Amidst Change, is very important, especially that it is so relevant in a time when there exists so much uncertainty. What we are sure about is the ever flow of change. We have to learn to adapt. We have to apply our talent skills in continuous change because we're living in a changing environment. And we believe that research is that which will enable us to continue to be agile and to continue to meet the needs of our stakeholders. This event will feature presentations from internal and external stakeholders from the field of tourism, nursing, security, education, social work, automotive engineering, and sustainable development. It is important that I must commend the team at Excelsior because you have shown your leadership in terms of your ability to adjust, your agility. You were able to move from problem solving as a result of the COVID to focus more on opportunity process. We were able to move from short-term to more long-term focus. Stop looking at the circumstances that we are faced with, but to look at our purpose, to focus more on agility rather than trying to control an environment within which we are unable to control because of its uncertainty. And the focus not on self, but focus on providing service to others. And in so doing, we have developed expertise. And one of the expertise that I've developed, during this pandemic is really to listen more, because I've come to recognize that if you listen more, you will understand what person's doubts are, and you're able to build trust. And we want to say to you this morning, we have trust in our presenters. They have done the work, they have done the research, and they will present to us opportunities that will enable us to reignite and reimagine our existence. So this morning, I want to salute you and salute the persons who will be doing their presentation and invite you to make full use of this opportunity and what will be presented to you today. And I wish you well for the rest of the day. Thank you for choosing to share with us here at the Excelsior Community College this morning. And as we said, Agi Animo, do it with thy might. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal, Mr. Fillmore McCarthy, for those words, those strong and encouraging words. Change is definitely inevitable and we have to adapt. Research will enable us to continue to be agile. Now, greetings will come, and Dr. Zario Malcolm Walker, our Vice Principal of Academic Affairs and Institutional Advancement, will start by bringing the greetings from Excelsior Community College after which Ms. Katrina Gonzalez from our partnering overseas institution, Niagara College, has shared a recording all the way from Canada, and we will share that immediately after Dr. Malcolm completes her greetings. Dr. Malcolm Walker.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Daly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone who has joined us on Zoom and who is streaming from YouTube. I want to extend a special welcome as the Vice Principal of Academic Affairs, who has responsibility for the research agenda and the research division within the college. We want to welcome you. I want to welcome you on behalf of the Research and Innovation Division to what is a very different year for us, but no less special. It's our first virtual event. We've been having Research Day for 9 years now. Next year is a very special year because it will be our 10th year. And so our current situation has forced us online. And we, of course, will have challenges today. We may have challenges today, just like we've had over the last 2 years, but we will just continue to persevere nonetheless. I want to wish everyone a wonderful day. I want to thank all the participants who have taken the time to make their submissions, to prepare their presentations, and to engage with us today across the institution. We have a host of participants, both internally and externally. We have staff and students from ECC who will be participating and presenting. We have external participants from as far as Florida and Canada who will be engaging with us today. And we have a mix of workshops and seminars that you'll be able to join in today and to hopefully just take something different, some new way of thinking about a particular concept, whatever your discipline may be. And that's ultimately what we at the Research and Innovation Division seek to help in terms of developing the research agenda within ECC and contributing to our national, regional, and international body of inquiry. At ECC, we don't try to confine ourselves in terms of the traditional way of looking at research. And so we give students an opportunity to think outside the box and to apply their inquiry skills in different ways and to show us how they've applied those skills, by thinking a little differently and not confining them to traditional ways of seeing research. And so you might see some of that today in the presentations. And we look forward to your questions. We look forward to your engagement. And I just want to wish everyone on the platform who will join the different sessions today a wonderful day and a happy Teachers' Day to all the teachers who are with us and who will join us throughout the day, because your influence cannot be underestimated. So thanks, Mr. Daly, and all the best to all the participants and the who will engage with us today on our virtual Research Day 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Zara Malcolm Walker, eloquent as usual. And we want to continue to hear more greetings. So we're going to hear greetings from Miss Katrina Gonzalez. She is the director of Planning and Institutional Research at Niagara College in Canada. Niagara College is one of our partners. A lot of collaboration has been taking place since probably even before 2017. We have students who are now there studying full time. We have exchange opportunities there, and Niagara College is doing very well, hosting our students, and our students are doing well there. We really appreciate, and it's a profound partnership that we have with Niagara College. So here is Ms. Katrina Gonzalez, the Director of Planning and Institutional Research at Niagara College, Canada.
Good morning, evening, Mr. McCarthy, Dr. Malcolm Walker, and esteemed attendees. All protocols observed to the official attendees. I would like to start by commending Excelsior Community College for organizing this stellar annual event to showcase the research excellence of academics and industry practitioners locally and internationally. Of significant note is the inclusion of students and faculty in such an initiative. This enhances the higher educational experience. It also contributes to the sharing of knowledge to the academic, social, and business communities. My name is Katerina Gonzalez, and I'm honored to be representing Niagara College today at your first virtual research day, driven by the theme, Embracing Research, Empowering Innovation Amidst Change. At Niagara College, we are committed to applying research to inform institutional planning, advance students' learning experiences, and contribute to solving industry needs through partnerships and collaborations. Over the years, Excelsior Community College and Niagara College have experienced many strong partnerships where student and faculty exchanges have occurred. This contributes to a rich cultural experience for both institutions. Such partnerships have guided best practices that have contributed to enhanced institutional efficiencies and effectiveness. I am proud to have met and worked with the Research and Innovation Division in 2017. As we shared, it was evident that Excelsior Community College is committed to excellence anchored on and fueled by research. Such practice is endorsed globally by tertiary institutions. As evidence of its commitment to research and impacting the educational landscape, Excelsior Community College has evolved to journal publications, another commendable research milestone. Congratulations. Research is more than just an activity for academics. It is at the core of humanity's survival, sustainability, and viability. It underpins change through knowledge creation and subsequently increased understanding for problem solving in such a time of uncertainty. It is therefore a suitable topic for rich discourse to continuous learning. Given the schedule of activities for today, we are in for a rich knowledge sharing experience. As you participate in today's activities, be committed to unearthing solutions that will build your resilience to cope with the rapid global, regional, and local changes. Kudos to the planning team and all the contributors and presenters. I wish for Excelsior Community College all the best. Thank you.
And you heard it from the Director of Planning and Institutional Research at Niagara College, Canada. Just want to share some more information with you as it relates to our partnership with Niagara College. And it's all about a confirmation of our intention and commitment with Niagara College, as well as Nova Scotia, which is another institution, to have meaningful collaboration to support and to advance the respective mission and goals as it relates to the internationalization process of each institution. Niagara College and Nova Scotia Community College and other colleges in Canada, that partnership has enriched the opportunities for students to study abroad, to exchange. And this is what Excelsior Community College is all about. And with the research arm of the institution, we are looking into more opportunities, not only in Canada, but also in the United States, as well as probably in European countries as well. Next, we have a special item. You know, we have a special item from Ms. Trudy Ann McCarthy, and she will bring to us a rendition in a song. Ms. Trudy Ann McCarthy.
Mr. Daly, we're going to move on to the guest speaker.
Okay. All right, not a problem. Before we move on to the guest speaker, I just want to share, you know, just these little notes of reminders. I know we know, but the reminders are always powerful and reassuring. We all know that education is the most powerful weapon, and you can use it to change the world. Research is going to be that tool that will enable you to become a force in society, in this global village. Professor Paul Golding holds a Doctor of Business Administration. He is a professor of information systems, a former dean of the College of Business and Management, and former head of the School of Computing and Information Technology at the University of Technology, UTech. He is an academic, an innovator, consultant, guest columnist, author, philanthropist. Professor Golden is a multiple winner of several, and I emphasize that, several UTech most prestigious awards for excellence, including research twice, community service twice, teaching and innovation. Professor Paul Golden is married and has one child, but I'm sure, you know, being a community man, he has many children. So let us welcome our alumni guest speaker, Professor Paul Golden.
Colleagues, good morning. Can you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you.
Very
Prof.
good. That
Golden.
means that everybody can hear me. Very good. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for inviting me to your Research Day 2021. Mr. Daly, in his remarks, acknowledged all the persons, and I will just underscore that and acknowledge all of these persons that the Master of Ceremonies had acknowledged. Before I go into my presentation, there's something I want to say to you guys, because I started research a long time ago. I started research from Excelsior High School, because I spent 2 years at Excelsior High School and then came over to Excelsior Community College, which I spent another 2 years. And I started my research then. The Master of Ceremonies said that I'm married and I have one child. And I started, as I said, my research in Excelsior High School, where I met my wife there, who also came to Excelsior Community College. And last month we celebrated 33 years of marriage. So I didn't only get an education at Excelsior, I got lifelong friendship and a partner that until death do we part. So thank you guys. All right, let's move into, I just needed to plug that because it is so important in my life. I want to look today at research. The theme, and just a minute here, guys. I'm the machine is not moving at the pace that I wanted to move at. Okay, so this is our theme today: embracing research, a gateway to innovation amidst change, which I think is a most appropriate theme, especially for the time that we are in. I'm going to start with just a definition, and then I'll go back into history and then come to present. Research is an experimental development. Research and experimental development comprise creative work undertaken in a systematic basis in order to increase the stock of knowledge, including knowledge of man, culture, and society, and the use of this stock of knowledge to devise new applications. And this is the way that I'd love to see research being done in Jamaica. Dr. Malcolm mentioned that the research that is done at Excelsior Community College is a little different. And I trust that it is along this path in which we look at creative work, and I'm going to come back to creative work in this presentation. And most importantly, the systematic basis in order to increase the stock of knowledge. Because we are a very creative set of persons, but this aspect of it, a systematic basis in order to increase the stock of knowledge, is sometimes missing. So I will come back to this definition along the way. I conducted a little bit of research in education before I did this presentation. And I went back to 1834, and I trust that I won't be boring anybody because I found this quite interesting. This is to show where we are coming from. Prior to the abolition of slavery in 1834, there was no formal education at all going on in Jamaica. Not for the slave owners, and certainly not for the slaves. Between 1834 and 1865, there was some form of elementary education that was taking place on the slave plantations, because we didn't have full emancipation until 1838, really. So there was some elementary education taking place, and it concentrated on the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic. And that was all that was offered to us as people, because the idea is that you were supposed to stay in your place, and the place of enslaved people at the time was that we were the pauper race, and we should remain as the pauper race. Now, we moved on from immediately after the abolition of slavery to the Morant Bay Rebellion, because that was also an important milestone in our educational history. Morant Bay Rebellion, lots of people got killed, both on the plantation side and on the former enslaved person side. And as a result of the Morant Bay Rebellion, there were some changes in education. There were skills now being offered for us to become estate workers. Agriculture and manual arts was given. And prior to this, very little, if any, education was given to women. And what happened after the Morant Bay Rebellions is that more women started to get training, but their training was also limited. They were offered sewing and domestic science. And for us who have grandparents and all that, what you'll find is that most persons could sew, but they did not have much more skills. Now, I'm moving on. Between the period of 1900 and 1938, there was stagnation. Nothing happened in education in terms of moving forward. In fact, it regressed between 1900 and 1938 because there was not much money being put in it, in education. By that time, the plantations weren't making much money, and the British government didn't see the need to put any money into education or anything else here. By the way, at this time, what we were offered still was elementary education. So you could do little reading, little writing, little arithmetic, but that was it. There was no secondary education, for instance, and certainly no tertiary education. And I'm here talking about up to 1938. All right. So another big milestone, the strikes, the labor unrest in 1938. And 1938 was an extremely important time for us because the change kind of accelerated. We achieved universal adult suffrage in 1944, which came as a result of that strike. A new constitution was put in place, and we were now moving towards self-government. And because of that, what the British said is that, well, listen, we need to start having some kind of homegrown talent. We need to be able to train teachers here. We need to have at least a university. And out of that came what was University College of the West Indies in Ammonia in 1948, and CAS, UTEC, in 1958, and University College of the West Indies, Mona, for persons who may not know, is now University of the West Indies. So after over 100 years, we moved on into from abolition of slavery to 1948 before there was any tertiary education happening in Jamaica. Then came independence in 1962. And I found some of this information along the way, which I found very interesting. Before 1953, only 5% of students in Jamaica received secondary education. 1953, only 5% of the population received secondary education. Everybody was doing reading, writing, and arithmetic, nothing more. So as a population of people, we were held back, not just because of slavery, but as a result of slavery, we were also held back all this time, in which we were supposed to remain a pauper class. The illiteracy rate was somewhere between 43% and 80%. I've heard 80%. I've seen written down 43%. And I saw this in a piece of work by a PhD student who was looking at education in Jamaica up to 1960, and they had 43%. I've heard up to 80%. But illiteracy was a huge deal because all we were supposed to do was to work on farms, and we were supposed to work as plantation persons. We were not supposed to do anything else. If there was a high school and there was a principal, the principal needed to come from Britain. Any post of any prominence needed to come from Britain, and we were supposed to remain in our place. After independence, though, there was a real push because we realized that we could not, just one second there, please. We could not continue to build a nation without education. So there was expanding access. There was universal primary education. And in terms of universal primary education, the time before independence, based on what I've seen, you had to wait until you were 7 to go to primary school. After independence, you could go to primary school for 6. We needed to train teachers, and as a result of that, there was about 50 new high schools established and 66 junior secondary schools. There was massive expansion, but there was a problem. The massive expansion did not come about with the quality that we expected. Up to and before independence, the percentage of Jamaicans who attended tertiary education was below 1%. Below 1%. In the 1980s, when I went to UWI, I remember a sociology teacher telling us how fortunate we were because only 2%, and this is in the 1980s, only 2% of persons attended tertiary institutions. So not tertiary, tertiary institution, 2%. And that we were part of the intelligentsia and all this kind of thing. And I'm wondering, how can we build a nation if there is so many persons who are only able to read and write? And that's why in the 1970s, there was this whole thing about Jamal and that we needed to move our literacy rate up to 90% and what have you, because it was dragging us down as a nation. So these are some of the milestones that we have encountered since then. I'm going to fast forward now to an inflection point. March 11, 2020, COVID-19, something that we have never seen before. And nobody alive would have seen before because the last one was 1918. Last pandemic was 1918. and therefore nobody would have seen a pandemic before. And worse, with this pandemic, persons could easily transmit it because we had become such a globalized world. And therefore, we could spread this far more easier than we could before. But in addition to that, it also changed education. It changed education in a significant way, because if it wasn't for the pandemic, I would not be presenting to you like this. I would not be able to have a background which looks similar to the background of our Master of Ceremonies, and we are certainly not in the same place. We are now conducting lessons via Zoom. I didn't know I could enjoy this, but I've come to enjoy it because it has given me so much more flexibility in the way I can teach. But I also want to point out something else to you here, something that happened last year, and there was very little publicity about it, but last year was a kind of a canceled year. This year, for instance, we are celebrating Mother's Day on the weekend. And by the way, happy Mother's Day to all mothers and mother-in-laws and persons who either have children or don't have children, but have mother children and all of that. So I want to say happy Mother's Day. But last year there was no Mother's Day, and I just realized it this year, because I'm saying, but last year I didn't remember anything about Mother's Day, but that's because we were locked down. But this year we're kind of coming back to normal. So I want to mention something here that came out last year, which points at where we should be going with our research, but got very little publicity because of all that happened last year. Everything last year was about COVID-19. So this I took from the international World International. I'll tell you exactly where I took it from in a little bit. But this shows innovation performance by income levels by country 2020. And if you look there, we are upper middle level group, and these are countries that have performed above and beyond what is expected of them. You see China, Armenia, South Africa, Georgia, North Macedonia, Thailand, Serbia, and then nestled in there is Jamaica. Jamaica has performed in terms of innovation above and beyond what it is supposed to do, what is expected of us. And this is despite all that history that I have shown you, in which we were held back as a people, but as a people we are very resilient. As a people, we never give up, we always push forward. And the question therefore is, how do we push forward? How do we push forward as a nation to develop using research, innovation, and creativity? And let me add to that, entrepreneurship, in order for us to grow, in order for us to take persons out of generational poverty, because I've also realized that persons have been in poverty since 1938. Families have been in poverty since 1938, and nothing has changed. Not 1938, 1838, and nothing has changed since then for some persons, for some families. But let me move on. When I looked further at this document, it showed some of our strengths. Business environment is good. So anything that you see with a black circle is very good. And anything with a diamond shape, it means that we're also making money from there. Ease of starting a business is good. Ease of resolving insolvency is good. So we're looking at these things and we're saying to ourselves, listen, when we do research and innovation, we also need to look at how do we take this research and innovation to market, to start our own business. And this is a good thing for us. Ease of starting business, we're ranked 6th in the world. The other area that needs to be looked at in a serious way is our intangible assets. as parents, we have traditionally been taught that you need to be lawyer, doctor, Indian, or chief in order to make it in this world. But there are other areas of creativity, and we have been good in these areas of creativity with our intangible assets, with our creative assets. And we need to start seriously looking at how do we use our creativity and our culture and research those areas in order to create wealth for our nation. The traditional ways that we were taught by the British is not the experience that we have had. And these are areas that we really need to look at. And it shows here, trademarks by origin, global brand value, industrial design by origin, we're all doing good there. Not so much in ICT and organization model creation. But there is enough things happening here for us to be, one, proud of, and two, to look at to see how do we develop it further. Education at the secondary level and the primary level is pretty good. Expenditure on education as a percentage of GDP, as you see here, is good. Government funding for pupils at secondary school as a percentage of GDP is also good. But those are the strengths. Now let's look at the weaknesses. And these were the primary weaknesses. Global R&D companies average expenditure top 3. Not so good. So those white circles are saying, okay, those are real weaknesses. And the white diamonds are saying, okay, we're not making any money from those things. University rankings is also not good. And I really think that there needs to be far more collaboration among local universities and colleges for us to really grow. If one university is doing well, the nation is not doing well. When we only had 2% of persons in tertiary institution, we can't do well. We have to become a wave and not a ripple. Have to become a wave. Trade, we're also not doing well in. Applied tariff rate, weighting average percentage, we're not doing well. Intensity of local competition, not so bad. Domestic market scale, not doing so well. Now, all I'm saying is that there are indicators here that we can use to determine exactly what we need to do as a people. Not just to say, listen, traditionally, this is what has been done. What COVID-19 has shown us is that everything can change. Every single thing can change, and it can change rapidly too. And people in this world will adapt to it based on the exigencies of the situation. That's what we're saying here. Now, just some quick recommendations. I mentioned before the creative industry. We need to seriously look at our creative industry. When we looked at the top 50 activities that we have been for the first 50 years of our independence, they were all in the creative industries. We should not shy away from it. This is a competitive advantage. Use it. I mentioned about national and international collaborations, and I see where ECC is collaborating with Niagara College, and that's a good thing. But there also needs to be further collaboration with industry and with government. So academia needs to do that, because what has happened is that our industry has not been creative over the years. We have been buyers and sellers, really. We don't create much here, and we can create things here. Caribbean Dreams, for instance. I went in the supermarket the other day and I found this coconut and melon or something like that tea from Caribbean Dreams, and I bought it, and it was very good. And that's part of being creative, but it doesn't get much publicity, right? We need to embark on mission-oriented research. So what I'm saying is that ECC, for instance, need to look at, okay, what is my mission and what kind of research should we be concentrating on based on our mission as college. All right. We also need to look at targeted research grants and to be able to write research grants and participate in these grants from not just in Jamaica but from overseas. You may want to, for instance, look at writing a research grant with Niagara College, and there is collaboration between ECC and Niagara College in this context. Also, and this now it can be done at the college level, university level, but it also needs to be done at the national level, in which there must be research grants, targeted research grants, and there must be provision of incentive for researchers. I should not be hearing a national budget in which there is no money for innovation. There is no way that we can grow without innovation. So if we have a ministry that is talking about growth, if there's no innovation in that budget, there's no growth that is going to happen now or forever. So that is what I think should be done. Final thing that I want to mention here is that you should create channels for distribution of research. But what I've noticed is that you guys are creating a channel for distribution of research, and you'll be launching later on today a journal. And I want to congratulate the ECC on the launch of their journal, which will be done later on today. Kudos to you guys on this. I really think that we can use some of the data that is out there to help us to chart a course for development. And before I close, there is just one other thing that I want to share with you. One other thing that I want to share with you. 1 second there. New share. Second there, guys. No. Not finding, guys, what I'm looking for. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. So what I will do is to cancel that. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing on your screen. Okay, found that I'm looking for.
Are you hearing me, Professor Golin? Professor Golin?
Okay then, yes.
Yes, yes. I was wondering if you were having some difficulties. I thought I was frozen here.
Oh, so you guys were not hearing anything that was going on?
No, man, we were hearing, but you're trying to bring up something?
Yes, and nothing came up?
No, that's the outlook. It's not seeing anything at all at my side.
Wow. I'm so
Right.
sorry. One second there. Share. Okay, can you now see my screen?
I can now see your screen.
And what is it saying?
It's
Just
saying
to make sure.
shaggypbwiki.com.
Very good, very good. I just want to share this very short clip.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yes.
You might have to share your sound.
YouTube share sound. 1 second there, let me see. Meeting info, panel, copy, share sound. There we go. Yes.
No matter where you do, you know say that we can't stop. We stand up and salute now to the yellow, the green, the black. And make them know say that the band is missing. The world is for your taking, and giving up is the only crime. Now written on the pages of history, this is your moment, this is your time. Now we know it's not an easy road. Tree of love, another road of love. Hold on, we gotta cut it off.
Thank you, guys. I think it is time for us to rise up. We have come to an inflection point in our history again in 2020. Marcus Garvey said that if we do not understand our history, we are bound to repeat it. As a result of that, I took on this as a project to really to understand our history, to see where we're coming from, and also to outline where we can possibly go if we change our mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. It was my pleasure to present at Excelsior Community College Research Day 2021. One love, guys.
Thank you very much, Professor Golin. Very enriching. I love the fact, and I'm sure others would too, love the fact of where you started from that historical perspective, bringing us through the different milestones. For me, it represented that kind of evolution of educational opportunities that we have and our foreparents have experienced over the years. And they come full circle, fast forward, the opportunities to access education no longer will keep the percentages down as it relates to who gets access to education and the opportunities for us to be creative as a country, as a people. And we have been showcasing our talents throughout different pockets of society in this global village. And we want to thank you for those many reminders. You know, Jamaica is doing well. We can do more. There's always room for improvement. And, you know, we need to understand that for us to push forward, research is important, innovation is important, and that third pillar that you mentioned, entrepreneurship, you know, is equally important as well. So we do appreciate, you know, and love that perspective that you have brought to our research day today. Professor Golden, thank you very much. And to say congratulations on your 33-year together, you know, with your schoolmates, your lifelong friend. Well done. Kudos. I want to be like you when I grow up. Very much so.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So we will continue into the program. We're going to take a little, you know, a little twist right here now. And we want to invite two talented, creative members of the cultural and creative industry. Tiano Wesley, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Miss Tonia Knight to come bring their rendition, their performance to entertain us. Ladies, you're on the floor. Just as they start to sort out that technical difficulty, just a matter of housekeeping here. So we are, right after we do our presentation of awardees via slideshow and screencast and the vote of thanks, for this session, we're going to move directly into our launch, or Excelsior Community College Academic Journal launch. And we will begin with our editor-in-chief comments right after that vote of thanks for that session, because we do have to kind of close out that session, but have a seamless entry into our first academic journal that is being launched today, 2021. So history is being created today here at Excelsior Community College, and it is also part of the history of higher education in Jamaica as well. So ladies, Tonia Knight and Tiona Wesley will entertain us. I think, Kirk, you may have to unmute Tiona. I do apologize, Tiona, if I have not pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, sir.
All right. We're not hearing the sound. Hold on, Tiona.
Yes, sir.
Could
Are you hearing now?
I'm here now. You can go ahead.
This is a prayer for the nation. Start prayer. This is a prayer for the nation. Don't delay as a true Christian. You think me a play? A prayer for the nation. You better start pray. The devil out this place like a ramping shot. But as a Christian, stop chat. Sound clear. Come out and me witness. Say God, army your fast and not pray. This is a prayer. This is a prayer. Hey, look on the world now. Oh, it's a run. Man and woman just a drop down. Start the truth. You think this real? A prayer for the nation. This is a prayer for the nation. Start prayer. This is a nation. Here as a truth. You think me up.
seem to be having some technical difficulties there. You know, I would do the dub myself, but I leave that to the experts. I'm not sure if Mr. Linton, are you hearing me, Mr. Linton? Mr. Owen Linton, I see you behind the keyboard there. No, not hearing you. All right. I'm hearing you now. I hear you. Yes, and we're hearing you now.
If you hear this message, wherever you stand, calling every woman, calling every man, we're the generation can't afford to wait. The future started yesterday, and we're already late. We've been looking for the world to change. Search for a melody, search for someone to lead. We've been looking for the world to change. We can be heroes, let's go on and say if you're out there. Sing along with me if you're out there. I'm dying to believe that you're out there. Stand up and say it now if you're out there. Tomorrow starting now. No more broken promises, no more call to war. Left is love and peace that we're really fighting for. We can destroy hunger, we can conquer hate. Put down the arms and raise your voice, joining hands today. Oh, we've been looking for the world to change. Search for a leader, but the leader was me. We've been looking for the world to change. If you feel the same, just go on and say if you're out there. Sing along with me if you're out there. I'm dying to believe that you're out there. Stand up and say it loud if you're out there. Tomorrow starting now, now.
Beautiful, beautiful rendition, Mr. Owen Linton. Thank you very much for that rendition. Very fitting, very appropriate. We want to, you know, acknowledge all the creativity that exists here at Excelsior Community College. We do have a rich history where talent is concerned as it relates to the creative and cultural industry. We want to also, again, invite our dub poet, Ms. Tiano Wesley, to come back so that we can clearly hear our rendition once more. Go ahead, Tiano. Tiona. Okay, it was Mr. White. I'm corrected here. It was Mr. White using Mr. Linton's Zoom. So I acknowledge for the record, Mr. White, excellent rendition. Is Tiona available? We want to try and get back our time that was lost earlier. So it is important that we try to keep it very specific to the time so we can make grounds on our time. I think, yes, I see Tiona there. She has changed her location. All right, take it away, Tiona. You need to open your mic, or Mr. Pinnock, could you assist them with that, please?
Next person.
Awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I see one of our performing arts person there enjoying herself. You know, this is what it's all about. We also showcase our talent. We want to, I'm not sure, who is that? Is that another performer?
Tonya Knight.
Is that Tiona Knight? Tonya Knight?
Tonya.
Tonya Knight. Okay, Tonya, take it away.
First of all, good morning, everyone. I'd like to wish everybody a happy Teachers Day, all teachers from the local department. This is for the students that may be having problems in life, but no matter what I go through, just work with it.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much for that, Tonya Knight. I also want to again acknowledge Tiona Wesley and Mr. White for their rendition. Excellent. You know, it's very, very good. We're going to move because of time, we lost some time, we want to try to gain it. So we're going to move into the presentation of awardees. Presentation of awardees. All right. I'm going to share a slide here. And these individuals are going to be recognized for their contribution to research and other things. So we will begin with faculty awardees. Is everyone seen my slide? Could somebody acknowledge if they're seeing the faculty awardees slide?
Yes, we are seeing it, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want to begin with the award for the most outstanding faculty researcher. This award recognizes an ECC faculty member who has gone beyond the call of duty to support, facilitate, and advance research, scholarship, and research innovation within the institution. The nominee should have served ECC for at least 3 years and have been actively engaged in any of the following, whether it be academic research development, student research supervision, institutional research, research publications, ECC Institutional Review Board, IRB, conference presentations, and independent research studies. And we want to say congratulations to the most outstanding faculty researcher, Dr. Robert Howe, our own Dr. Robert Howe, for his contribution to research here at Excelsior Community College and also in other areas of the academic arena. Secondly, we want to also recognize our own principal, notable contribution to research, Mr. Fillmore McCarthy. Faculty making significant contribution to research was his focus. Very interesting read, and you need to get a hand on that, on all of these awardees research. Thirdly, notable contribution to research, Miss Julia Williams is the third awardee. Then we have students awardees. We have most outstanding students research awardees. The outstanding student researcher award is given to an individual whose research endeavor is judged to be an outstanding contribution to his or her field of study. The award recipient must have completed his or her research as part of this or part of his or her program of study, and the presentation of the research must have taken place in the academic year prior to the year of the award. I will not go through the criteria. That criteria, you can find that criteria probably on the RID landing page. We want to say congratulations to Mrs. Everett Samuels Bailey from the School of Nursing and Allied Health, SONA. Most outstanding student researchers, Kayan Walters, Janique Vassell. Congratulations to these ladies, these students. I think that's a repeat, right? We want to also say thanks and congratulations to our own Mrs. Andrea Sparks Henry. She's also a research supervisor, and she has done well. And her research title, Perception of Male versus Female Managerial Leadership Style within the Public Sector. We have Shanika Gilzine Folks and Mr. Miguel McFarlane, notable contribution to research awardees. This is very, very good. We have Miss Melissa Dawkins and Tashaya Daly. Congratulations, ladies. And we have Matthew Bygrave and Tanisha Smith, again, for notable contributions to research. And also Dr. B. Gudapati. All right, I won't even try to pronounce her name. I've been here working with her for years and can't get that, but congratulations, Dr. B. Gudapati. Petal Dilworth and Orlando Levers. I think the names, I think Petal is on your right, and Orlando levers on your left. And obviously, this is obvious. Well done, Mrs. Sawyers Haylett, for her contribution. You know, working hard, really works hard on her unit with her members of team as well. George Jobson, Mr. Jobson, and Mr. Sean Kelly, congratulations. Your contributions, we do thank you for the many contributions, and all of these awardees here. Thank you very much for your contributions. Now, persons are typing in the chat, and we have individuals who will answer any questions and acknowledge your statements there as well. So let's move on to Dr. Zaria Malcolm Walker, who is the editor-in-chief. We are now in that phase, and I'm getting goosebumps here because this
Daly,
is
I think Tamika is to give the vote of thanks before you come to me.
Okay. I was informed that we could probably use Tamika at the end. Is Tamika here? Is Tamika here? Tamika Boy? Or Boyer?
Or not? Oh, she's saying yes, she is. I think she needs to be unmuted.
Okay. Before we move on, I skipped over two nurses. If I did so, let me apologize. I'm not sure which two nurses I skipped over. I was going through the slides. Let me see. I think Lanique Osborne and Danica Harriet. Congratulations to you, ladies. Are these the two persons I skipped over? Congratulations to you, ladies. Everyone, thank you very much for your contribution. Tamika, are you there? Are you ready for the vote of thanks? Mr. Pinnock, probably she needs to be unmuted.
She's unmuted. She's unmuted.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so our specially invited guest, Professor Paul Golding, our chaplain, Reverend Philip Robinson, Principal Mr. Fillmore McCarthy, Vice Principal of Academic Affairs, Dr. Zaria Malcolm Walker, Master of Ceremony, Dwayne Daly, our guests, all the others from Sorry, let me go again. So our specially invited guest, Professor Paul Golding, our chaplain, Reverend Philip Robinson, Principal Mr. Fillmore McCarthy, Vice Principal of Academic Affairs, Dr. Zaria Malcolm Walker, Master of Ceremony, Dwayne Daly, our guest, all the way from Niagara College, Canada, Miss Katerina Gonzalez, persons that rendered an item, Miss Tiona Wesley, Mr. White, Tonya Knight, and our other specially invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to say a special thank you to the Research and Innovation Division and their team for planning and executing an informative and remarkable event, the Excelsior Community College Virtual Research Day 2021, under the theme, Embracing Research, a Gateway to Innovation Amidst Change. Research Day is important in that it fosters the communication of innovative ideas and their potential impact on this changing society. I am grateful for this event, those who organized it and attended, especially to those who contributed as guests. Professor Paul Golding, who took the time out to participate and engage us on our annual research day with such a remarkable and engaging presentation about where we were and the way forward. We would like to say thank you. Our principal, Mr. Philmar McCarthy, and Vice Principal, Dr. Zaria Malcolm Walker, for their presence and for bringing to us the welcome and greeting respectfully. Miss Katerina Gonzalez, for your presence here today and also for your collaboration with the college. Today would not have been such a success without you, the members of the academic, administrative, auxiliary staff, and students. We here at the Excelsior Community College would like to thank you for joining in our ECC Virtual Research Day 2021. We hope to see you again next year, and we'd like to say a special Happy Teachers Day to all the teachers that are here on the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that vote of thanks, Ms. Tamika Boyer. Dr. Zaria Malcolm Walker, Editor-in-Chief, sorry, will give her comments now. Thank you very much, Dr. Malcolm Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
All right. So thank you so much for hosting the opening ceremony. And we just wanted to use a few minutes to officially launch our ECC academic journal, which we published this academic year. And I think you all would have seen a link to that journal on the running order or the program. And so we invite you to go to the RID webpage and to look at the journal and read the articles therein. This has been a really big effort from the research and innovation team led by Dean Sawyers Haylett. It took many months of very hard work. And I want to thank the authors who stuck with us through many rounds of edits in the process. And although I know it would have been frustrating at times, that's what comes from a peer-reviewed publication. But they stuck with us and they made the edits, and we're grateful that we were able to launch our first issue of the journal. And so this morning, we just want to take the opportunity to thank all the contributors. We look forward to your feedback on our first issue of the journal. And we look forward also to many more publications to come from the institution here at ECC. With research being central to what we do, we not just publish the academic journal, but we publish the institutional research journal as well, which looks at some of the research we do internally to inform our decision making. And so this morning is very special to us. We're very grateful to have Professor Golding, who shared in such a rich way in this opening ceremony this morning. And we're grateful to you as the participants for having joined us. So thank you all on behalf of the principal, the management, the committee of management, and the staff and students for attending this session and for staying with us for the launch of our academic journal. Over to you, Mr. Daly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zaria Malcolm Walker. I'm going to invite Dr. Gudapati to bring her the author's highlights. Dr. Gudapati.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Good day, everyone. I'm having a few internet challenges, steady internet, so I'm not going to use my camera, but I'm very excited about our ECC journal being launched today. As Dr. Malcolm pointed out, it's been a long journey and we're extremely excited. I myself was able to contribute 2 articles to the journal, one very short one on the history of community colleges and the importance of research for community colleges, and an overview of a theoretical framework with my other article on how community colleges can use that particular framework. I'd just like to go over just really quickly what the theoretical framework, just a quick explanation. Really in research, institutional research and innovation are extremely important and very necessary for higher education institutions. And more so, especially in the Caribbean community colleges, we don't have a lot of research coming out of, or we have a lot of research that we do, but we don't necessarily have it published. And so a lot of people are unable to see what goes on in community colleges and the challenges. So this particular article provides an overview of a particular framework called the Community of Inquiry Framework, and proposes that it is utilized for educational research. This is theory-based, looking at traditional teaching and learning theories. It's really a theory that was developed for online learning, which is very appropriate right now in the landscape that we're in. And it is suited for the educational, looking at educational experiences of the teachers, the faculty, and other institutional stakeholders from what we call the social, the cognitive, and the teaching perspectives. And what it does, it provides an opportunity for faculty as well as institutional stakeholders such as administrators, etc., to get back to the roots of research and innovation. It would help to fill a great gap that we do have, in a significant research gap in Caribbean community college research. And it points to the use of the COI, the Community of Inquiry Framework, as a useful theory for future studies, both in the physical face-to-face classes, but also especially in the blended learning and online modalities, which we are now really in the crux of using because of this whole pandemic. And you know, the framework really was first advanced by Canadian researchers, and we were happy to have our Niagara counterparts earlier. It is modeled based on an inquiry that shows how the researcher can construct logical links between ideas of how we do critical thinking for students. We look at the framework looks at how learning takes place through the social presence. That's how students and faculty, we interact with each other socially, which we're finding is a very important factor in the learning process. A lot of our students, especially now being online, you know, they have issues, they're not able to meet with their friends. That social presence, how important it is in the learning process, the cognitive presence, how we inquire about things, how we learn, and the teaching presence, the importance of the teacher in the classroom and their communication methods and how they interact with students. All of that is part of what this theory looks at, and how these interactions happen within the classroom in different settings. As I said, it was specifically developed really for online learning and blended learning, but it is a theory that works well for face-to-face as well. So that's a quick overview of the COI and what the article is about, and I hope you'll check it out. Mr. Daly, I'm turning it back over to you and for the next author.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gudapati. Dr. Orville Beckford and Mr. Jordan Briscoe. Could you share? Are you hearing me? Dr. Beckford, Mr. Jordan?
Okay, I was muted. Yes, Jordan was holding on. He had a meeting at 4:45 in London at the hospital where we work. So he had just gone into the meeting. So I'm apologizing for him because he was holding on to make his contribution. So he was looking forward to it, but we ran over time. So I apologize to him for us running over time. Our research, we wanted something about our research, but something about excellent research. The research department has started something that is so commendable in terms of how we can teach, and the teaching can lead to research, and to get students to be involved in the research process. That is, this is very important, because this is how Jordan was able to actually get a scholarship. The fact that he had a research production before, publication before, because he said that the person who interviewed him for the scholarship in England highlighted the fact that he had a research, one publication, that was done before. And so it is important that students will pay attention to the importance of research, and that as lecturers we push them in this direction. The fact that the ECC has now started a journal makes it even better for us, because I have a number, about 2 more articles waiting for the next journal with students, and I'm into institutional research in terms of what's happening to the students during the COVID pandemic. So I have two articles ready and waiting for the next journal for us to push forward. And I really appreciate the opportunity to use this other medium of publication to ensure that people know what we're doing at EXED, and to see our work, and for students to see their own work that they are putting to get good grades, to see them being published. Now, the one that we did, Jordan and I, we explored the relationship between medication expenditure and chronic disease in Jamaica. We all know how expensive medications are in terms of treating the normal chronic diseases of cancer, high blood pressure, hypertension, and so on. But what the research did was, to, which I'm hoping other students will read and see, that we set out thinking that there is, the study was to link the relationship between medication expenditure and chronic disease. And so we said that we are going to look at whether the cost of medication will affect the chronic, all people treat chronic diseases. No, it didn't. But what is important is that although we can conclude that there's no insufficient evidence to support our research proposal that there is a relationship between medication expenditure and chronic disease. But because I kept saying to students, they are saying that because the research didn't turn out what we wanted, mean that it's not a good research. I said, no. Not all the time your hypothesis will be agreed with, but that is why we have research, because we are here thinking that it was very important in terms of the cost of research, the cost of medication, and chronic diseases. But people are saying no, because, you know, in Jamaica, there's a cultural side. We find money for what we want to find it for. And so, and plus we also have we have the PASS program, we have the Drugs for the Elderly program that really help individuals to afford their medication. So we thought that because education and medication are expensive, there would be difficulty, and we are saying no, not at all. What it showed, however, is that if you have insurance, then it makes it so much easier than out-of-pocket expensive. It makes it so much easier. And so it's important as the students read the research to know that you can set out with a type of analysis that you think that this is correct. And so, but your hypothesis end up not being correct, in that what you thought affected one variable affected the other didn't at all. But that doesn't mean that it is not a good research. And so we made use of this Jamaica Survey of Living Condition 2008 that had 22,294 samples of females and males, and so on. So so that's the total, the sum total. We are on other research. We had published another one in the UK, or attempted to publish one from EXED, of course, that we did, but they had asked us for some other information, which we are trying to see if we can put it together. This was the British Journal of Nursing, and so we are still attempting to publish some of our work that's done here at EXED in those journals abroad, as well as we are still trying to ensure that the ECC journal will be kept busy with work from SONA. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beckford and Mr. Briscoe. We have now Dr. Kerry-Ann Barrett, and then this is a recording that will be shared.
I did.
My name is Kerry-Ann Barrett. a former registrar of the Excelsior Community College, and I'm very excited about being a part of the first volume of the Excelsior Community College Academic Journal. My article, which I will tell you a little about, is an examination of inform and incentivize attendance, a recommendation for policy changes. Guided by Malcolm Knowles' theory that adult learners are self-directed, this study was designed to explore the relationship between attendance and performance of first-year, day and evening students. Now, we had a total of 139 students data that was used in this particular study. 99 students were day students and 40 of them were evening students. Pearson's correlation was used to assess the correlation between students' attendance and performance, regardless of their attendance status. Additionally, independent t-tests were used to compare the mean scores or the mean scores of day and evening students based on those particular variables for attendance and performance. The findings reveal that attendance and performance were significantly positively associated. This means that, you know, the more students attended, the better they performed. And what we saw in the study was that the performance was really improved where that coursework grade was concerned. Further, findings indicated that there were significant differences in the mean performance and mean attendance variables between day and evening students. Based on the findings that attendance improves performance, what is being proposed here, given that, you know, in a tertiary setting, we really are dealing with adult learners, is to look at where our students are and meet them there, not to force them with what we would have been accustomed to in primary and high school, but to, instead of being penal in how we treat with, you know, their attendance and their performance in school, we inform them of our policies properly and we incentivize attendance, because, you know, there are more than one way to get people to do what it is that we want them to do. And we also recognize that adult learners want to make their own decisions. So even as an institution, if we're going to force them and say, if you are not going to do this, we're going to punish you, they can still choose not to do it. It is their choice, but that's not what we want. We want to nurture our students. We want our students to complete. We want them to be successful. And therefore, this policy is being promoted or recommended that, guess what? We can reward instead of punish. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy reading this article.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karen Barrett, and all the other doctors, Dr. Budapati and Dr. Bedford, for your contributions and, you know, just explaining to us, you know, what your whole research was about. I just want to, before I give the vote of thanks to close out this session, I want to let the viewers know that in the chat, you will find the different links. Here is the main seminar presentation, which will be chaired by Ms. Shelley-Ann Thaw. And then we have a workshop. There is another link, and then the seminar link. So you can decide which ones you want to, or which one you want to participate in. So those of you who want to stay here can stay here, and then you can click on the other links. So, you know, I want to say thank you very much for the privilege, first of all, to be your Master of Ceremony. I want to say thanks to all the contributors, Dr. Zara Malcolm, Dean Sawyers Haylett, and the members of the team, Mr. McCarthy, Mrs. Naomi Jacobs, everyone for their contribution. You know, it has been enriching, and I'm really looking forward to reading more of these articles. Thanks to all the presenters, thanks to our main presenter, our alumni guest speaker, Professor Paul Goldin. Thanks to the performers for their excellent rendition. And all those awardees, continue to do well, continue to contribute. You know, you are trendsetters and you are going to be influencers out there. So thank you very much. And, you know, it has been great. It has been great. It's even going to get greater. So I do encourage you to log onto those Zoom links, and so that you can be enriched some more. So this is it from the Virtual Research Day, and I would call it a segment 1. You're now moving into segment 2, segment 3, so to speak. Do enjoy yourself, and I'll take my leave from here. You may see me in some of these sessions. You know, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very, very much. And I didn't say thank you to the technical team. The technical team. Without them, this would not have been possible any at all. So thank you, Mr. Pinnock and team, for being there and for having this, you know, become a possibility for us. Thank you very much. Take care, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. A video will be, sorry about that. A video will be shown, the Office of Graduate Studies video will be shown at this point as we decide which sessions we will be going into. Mr. Pino, you can take it away.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Excelsior Community Research Day again. In this main seminar room, we have 3 presentations. The presentations look at online learning experience in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our presenters are Dr. Sonja Robinson Madden, Dr. Dorset Edwards Watson and Jordan Williams, as well as Mrs. Hortense Brown. Each presenter has 50 minutes. 5 minutes before, I will indicate to the presenters the need to conclude the presentations. Please note that a link will be sent in the chat for participants to provide feedback on the Research Day presentations. Once again, thank you for joining ECC's Research Day. We will now begin with the first presentation. This will be on online learning experience of students at the community college level. The presenter is Dr. Sonja Robinson Madden. She comes from Montego Bay Community College. She is a researcher, and her topic is there for you to see. I will now hand over to Dr. Robinson Madden.
Good morning, everyone. Is everyone hearing?
Yes,
Good
you
so
may
far.
start.
Okay. All right, so my research, let me say, first of all, welcome to my presentation. I looked at online learning from the perspective of the students. I hope you are all seeing my PowerPoint at this time. Since you are all seeing the PowerPoint, I'm not hearing any objections. I will go straight into the agenda. So I will look at the rationale of the study, the conceptual framework, the methodology that was used. I will present the research questions along with the findings and implications, and then I will provide some practical tips, and if there are any questions, you may ask at the end. For a bit of interaction, I'm just going to ask that you type the response to the question that is here in the chat. So the question is, what factors do you think impact students doing online learning? And later we will see if those are the same factors that were discovered from the study. So the study looked at several factors that are impacting our nation right now. So first we have COVID going on, and we were forced into this online environment without any warning. When you look at the studies that currently exist on online learning, we find that they are focused on students who actually opted to do online learning. In our situation, it's a forced situation. And then the study was done to see what we can learn from the students so that we can assist them in embracing online learning. In terms of the literature review, I looked at 2 main areas for the conceptual framework. So there's the engagement theory that was proposed by O'Brien and Thompson in 2008. And what this theory does is that it focuses on the quality of the user experience. So we're looking at areas such as the aesthetics, appeal, feedback, interactivity, time, motivation. So once you're engaged in that environment, what are the factors that results in quality according to the user? We also looked at Birch et al. 2015, who identified 4 areas that are important as it relates to engagement, namely emotional engagement, physical, cognitive engagement in the class, and also cognitive engagement outside of the class. And as it pertains to engagement, we need to look at it as stages. So you have the point of engagement, the period of engagement, disengagement, and re-engagement. And so as we facilitate our students, we need to be taking them through these aspects. Online learning also allows the advantage of flexibility. So this is something that we need to consider. For the second theory, it looked at Short, William, and Christie, 1976, and it emphasizes meaningful and deliberate exchanges during the online learning experience. So as instructors, there needs to be synchronicity with the students, the academic content, the learning management system, media tools, instructional strategies, all of those aspects. So when we look at social presence, it is not just responding to a statement or a question from the student, but we have to look at the contextual factors and individual factors that affect the student. We look at things such as intimacy and immediacy and what constitutes being there for the student. For our methodology, it was a mixed method approach that was taken. So we had our quantitative analysis first, or quantitative data was gathered first through the survey method. And then from the survey, after we analyzed that, we were able to conduct 2 focus groups consisting of 8 students each. And what we did was intersperse the data from the focus group with the findings from the survey. So the first research question looked at the online environment, and we tested first the reliability of internet. And of course, no surprise, we found that most of our students, or some of our students, so for 34% had issues with the reliability of their internet system. And we found though that more students are participating. So technology access is still a problem. And so this is something that we need to consider as teachers. In terms of barriers, we found that apart from the reliability of the internet, students had home duties. There was the workspace not being suitable, noise affecting the students. So while there might not be factors that affect us as teachers, we found that there were several factors affecting students. Many stated that because they're home, their parents call them to do various duties, even while in class. So these presented obstacles. In terms of engagement, many of the students that stated that they feel disengaged in the online classes. So we have over 60% strongly agreeing that they are disengaged. And reasons that they gave for disengagement were the increased workload. Students stated that teachers tend to, on the spur of the moment in online classes, assign tasks. The PowerPoint and talk method also disengage students. Minimal compassion, and of course, limited peer interaction. And here I have 2 statements from students. One student commented, "It's stressful bad. The assignment's hard to understand and you can't really check with the teacher to know if you are doing the right thing. Plus time to do the assignments is another problem. The motivation is not there, too much distraction." Another student commented, "Home is for sleeping and relaxing, not school." So we see factors there that definitely impact learning. We looked at instructor relationship, and we found that 53% of students felt that the teachers provided timely response, 68% felt the feedback was useful, 54% found the strategies effective, and 66% felt that the teachers were using the platforms effectively. So here again, we are seeing that there needs to be improvement in engagement. So many of our students are really disengaged. For our research question 3, we asked the students to evaluate themselves. So wanted to determine the level of effort that the students placed in online classes. most students stated that they are really not reading their online course materials. They found the volume was a bit high. They found that some teachers uploaded their coursework on iSIMS while others used Teams, others used email, and so there was not a consistency in how they were getting the materials. Overall, the students' rating for feeling active and confident in the classes, that was very low. All right, the students pointed out that they're not blaming the teacher, but there's also the issue of poor organizational skills on their part. Students also stated that sometimes they do not participate in the discussions that they are called to participate in because they are called upon frequently, and this can be a bit nerve-wracking. Many students stated that they are going through depression and anxiety, and so they stated a preference for written questions on the PowerPoint and getting some time to actually respond to the questions. I'm not sure if you had responded to the first chat. I'm not seeing that. But here we have a second response chat. Here it says the literature states that students tend to increase with online student participation, or student grades, sorry, tend to increase with online learning. Do you agree? So if you agree, put a heart emoji in the chat so that we can see later on if the statistics confirm your response. So for objective 4, we wanted to determine that student performance increases in online learning. Here we saw that 41% of students find online learning assessments stressful and demanding. They share that time to test gives added pressure. MCQs were found to be especially difficult. And they expressed that research papers were also an issue, and many of the rubrics were unclear. Some also added that teachers expected them to know how to do a research without providing proper guidance. So you can see here that our students are going against the literature that exists, as 73% stated they did not gain improvement in their grades. 65 identified flexibility as the most important aspect of online assessments, especially with the last CCCJ exam, where they could actually check their answers because they had a couple of days within which to complete their responses. But we find here that 26% of students felt that they do not need to study for online exams, and this here is an issue. So some of the findings that we found important: the unreliability of the internet is a major barrier. All right, only a small majority of students are in favor of online classes. Students desire to know the amount of coursework and the nature of coursework pieces early in the semester. The results show the need for more engagement in online classes. Online classes increase interaction with the teacher, but it actually reduced intimacy. And online classes did not lead to higher grades for most students. And I'm thinking that you are probably saying, you know, that's one community college. But when you look at the literature or the research that is out now, just this morning, I received a research where over 3,000 students from community colleges in the US were surveyed. And overall, the findings were quite similar. In fact, the students found that 40% saw no improvement in grades. The majority felt that the teachers also weren't using the technology effectively. And shockingly, and this is very important for us as community colleges, I did not ask this question in my survey, but this is very important here, because 42% of students said that they would not recommend their friend or relative to the community college simply because of the online learning experience. So this is very important for us as teachers and administrators because there are several things that we need to do to ensure that our students are more engaged in the classroom. What does that mean for us? In terms of the various stakeholders, CCCJ means we need to be writing our coursework early so that we can upload that to the students and develop community of practice so that we can learn from each other what we are doing in the various community college. I am getting that my time is up, so I am going to stop at this time. I think there is a question here. I don't know if I have time to answer that question.
Yes, there are 2 questions, but we'll take them at the end of the presentations.
Okay.
Because of time. Thank you so much, Dr. Madden. We have some takeaways from your presentation.
Thank you.
And we are going to be considering these takeaways, including of students' expectations as well as teachers' expectations and how these impact or influence the online teaching and learning challenges. Thank you again very much. We will now go to our second presentation. This will be by Dr. Dorset Edwards and Jordan Williams. They are from the Trenchtown Polytechnic College. Dr. Edwards Watson is the principal there and Jordan Williams is the research officer. They will be looking at the social element, the COVID-19 pandemic and distance education, this perspective. So we are seeing a common theme here. I will now hand over to them. Please help me well. Okay, we are seeing your screen. You can begin. I'm not hearing. Is it just me?
No, it's not just you.
I'm still not hearing.
I'm hearing.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing now.
I'm hearing.
Apologize on behalf of Dr. Edward Watson. She's currently in another session being held here at Trenchtown. As you can see, my name is Jordan Williams, and for some time here at Trenchtown, we've been having a conversation on social element, but not only just the social element, but socioeconomic element. And we've been grounding this in that intersectionality of distance education and the pandemic. And we've been primarily looking at our students. Just dive right into it. So this study emerged really as the first body of scientific research done at
We're not hearing again.
Again, sorry about the difficulties that we're having. Right. So we opted for qualitative research primarily because our students felt like they were unheard and unseen, not only because of the pandemic, but generally because of the location of the campus. And so we wanted to give them that power to be authors of their own recollection. We're primarily concerned with two geosocial zones, the urban inner city, because that is where we are situated, and the geosocial mirror of the urban inner city, rural, poor community. So we really wanted to explore those lived realities. We're concerned with the college level students because in the larger discussion that we have started at the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of the concerns were at the primary and secondary level, and to some extent, when they talk about tertiary, they were concerned with UE and UTech. And so again, our students felt like, where was their presence in that larger conversation? So the recurring trend was to really empower students by looking at their lived realities and engage in that intersectionality of socioeconomic realities and the violence of the pandemic. What we found when we started collecting data was that 90% of the students that we dealt with and interviewed were first generation students. And so this came with a lot and this thing called being the first one of these students. Greatness, newness, some level of social infrastructure.
Didn't they ask us to?
All right, so because of time, we're going to move on to the next presenter. Mrs. Hortense Brown, and hopefully by then this and hopefully the next presenter, Mr. Jordan, will be able to come back on.
Okay, good morning. I noted the researches before, how similar they are to mine. And I noted that some of the areas that were included in my research, Dr. Madden has in her research. But it is a very important conversation for us to have in terms of the fact that we want to have the students' voice as it concerns the pandemic and what is happening in the classroom. So my research is entitled Tana Your Yard, Exploring the Perspectives of Lecturers and Students at Excelsior Community College with regard to online learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So not only the other two presenters looked only at the students' perspective, but mine also examined the perspective of the lecturers. And I will, in the interest of time, skip some of the items in my presentation, but I want to state the statement of the problem. The Jamaican education system was plunged into immediate online mode as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Prior to this time, online learning was not explored at the secondary and primary levels. And although some tertiary institutions, such as Excelsior Community College, were making plans to engage in online learning, there were no concrete plans in place, and therefore the machinery was non-existent. Oh, I'm sorry, let me put it on slideshow mode. I take it you're seeing my slides though? Hello? Are you hearing me?
Yes, we're seeing and hearing.
Oh, great, wonderful. Thank you for responding, Dr. Malcolm. All right, so there were no pre-existing protocols in place for what was happening, and plans for the future were simply null and void. And according to TIDE 2020, when it came to education and schools, the only thing that was certain was that it would need to change. The purpose of this study is to explore the perspectives of the students and lecturers in relation to the pandemic and this sudden plunge into online learning. The review of literature indicates that it's a unique situation and that the uniqueness of it is concerned with this fact that we are engaged in the crisis as we're doing the research. Also, the literature said that studying the effects of the pandemic now is very important for the future of the educational system since it should inform policy. WOLASTA 2020 opines that all of the societal sectors, the education sector is the one most resistant to change. Consequently, it is important to examine the views of the main stakeholders in this sector to determine the adjustments to be made for the future. So, as far as the procedure, the research utilized a semi-structured interview as the follow-up questions were guided by the response given. So there was one main research question, and then based on the responses that were given, the follow-up questions pursued. The students were engaged in a conversation via Zoom in which their opinions were sought regarding online classes during the pandemic. The lecturers were contacted via telephone and engaged in a conversation about the online classes and the COVID-19 situation. None of the participants were informed beforehand that they were study subjects. However, afterwards they were advised. And this was done because we wanted to get a genuine perspective, and I also wanted them to give me the responses that came directly from the heart rather than what they expected me to hear. All the subjects were engaged in a debriefing session to determine whether they had any issues with being involved in the study process or whether there was any feeling of pressure or discomfort. And the students, it's important to note that the students were informed that there were no repercussions if they did not, if they were not part of the study. The research is a qualitative phenomenological study, and it is positioned in the interpretivist paradigm. This means that it is very subjective, and it recognizes the fact that the responses may change as the study goes on. The main research question was, how do you feel about the online classes? But I will not go into the other question in the interest of time. As far as the results, only 3 of the students who participated in the study stated a preference for online learning. And I think that this is in line with what Dr. Madden said that she found in her research. However, most of the lecturers prefer the online learning environment. The responses of the students were coded around 4 main themes: convenience, and I think in Dr. Madden's study, she called this, she also looked at convenience, but she looked at it at barriers: resources, expense, and interest, and she called interest engagement. No, I will not go into the definition of convenience, but I'll give an overview of the reasons the student found online learning convenient. They said they were able to access class from anywhere, and all of them noted that as the most convenient aspect of being online. Also, 2 of the students said they were able to perform other tasks while accessing classes. And I think Dr. Madden also found that they indicated that. One student who is a working student indicated that he was able to work while accessing class at the same time. And all the students agreed that it was convenient because there was no commute time. However, some students found it inconvenient for the following reasons. Dr. Madden also said that they indicated that they had to care for their relatives, and as many as 9 of the 12 students indicated that that was the case. All of them said they had more chores at home. 2 of them said that their parents were home and this added pressure to them. 4 of the students indicated that where they live is very small and hot, and therefore it was very inconvenient. And 3 of them indicated that there was no college experience, meaning that they had expected to be able to interact with their peers physically and otherwise and be engaged. And this was not a reality. As far as resources, the online learning environment requires certain resources which are not available in the actual classroom. Each student must have a computer, tablet, or smartphone in order to access the classes. By and large, the classes are conducted via the Zoom platform, and the students need to download the app to be able to access the classes. The modality also necessitates having access to the internet, and this can be done via Wi-Fi, broadband, or data service. The students felt and all of them reported that they did have smartphones prior to the pandemic, but some of them said that their smartphones were not for classes and they did not have internet at home. Most of them relied on the fact that at school there was Wi-Fi available without cost to them. And 4 students indicated that their parents had to purchase internet service in order for them to be able to access classes. Another 4 students said that they utilized data, and this had its special set of problems, as sometimes they would run out of data and therefore could not access classes. As far as expense is concerned, 6 of the students felt that online learning was cheaper for their parents since they didn't have to provide daily lunch money for them to attend the classes. One student who is responsible for his schooling said that it didn't matter either way. And I should also add that one student said that he lives in the country and that even though it was cheaper to be home, he was not able to access classes because all the time because he had to utilize data and he was not always able to afford it. The student said that the online classes offer the rare opportunity also of not having to purchase as many branded shirts for school. So far as interest is concerned, 7 of the students, all of them males, felt that they had to make an extra effort to maintain interest in class because they had to forego playing their games on their phones as they would normally do. They said they're sometimes so comfortable that they fall asleep during the lecture. They said the house is boring and there is very little to do apart from their chores. All the students felt that the online learning environment requires more concentration and effort for them to learn. They also feel that the lack of physical interaction adds to the need for concentration. They state that sometimes in the breakout rooms, they utilize the time to socialize. The lecturer responses were coded around the themes of convenience, expense, planning and preparation, and interest. 4 of the 6 lecturers, or 75%, found it convenient to be online. And I should note that the 2 who didn't were lecturers who had practical classes. All of them reported fear and anxiety at the sudden plunge into online learning, but all praised the ODEC team for the quick response and the extensive training that took place. So here are the reasons the lecturers found online learning convenient. I'm not sure if you are able to see the fine prints, but it says there was no commute time. It is safer, meaning that they were less likely to be exposed to the virus. Their families at home, and so they didn't have to worry about them. There was less disturbance. I'm thinking that students are disruptive sometimes, and there is an ease of moving from the work to housework, and also because they were able to upload resources to the various platforms, and they were able to use the videos and so on in their classes. As far as expense was concerned, all the lecturers agreed that being home they saved on petrol and other expenses. And one of the respondents, the lecturer, said that she saved on her college-age child's expenses, but they all said that their electricity bill increased. Interest. All of the lecturers reported reduced participation and attendance. And again, this is in line with Dr. Madden's findings. All reported lower attendance at the 8 o'clock classes. All report poor participation. The female teachers report developing strategies to address students individually. One female lecturer reports having a game evening, and she said that the attendance at this one was much higher because although they were learning in a fun and novel way. Planning and preparation. All the lecturers reported that it required greater preparation for them to engage in the online class. 3 of the female teachers noted that in the planning process, they sometimes have to take on the role of students in order to think about how they were to plan for their classes. The males report frustration in the planning process as their courses were practical based, and they have to make extensive notes so that they can reinforce theory in the practical face-to-face classes. In concluding, the COVID-19 pandemic has plunged the education system at all levels in Jamaica into a complete online system. Excelsior Community College has been impacted by the pandemic, and thanks to the quick action of ODE, there has been an almost seamless transition. Nevertheless, there was some amount of anxiety on the part of the lecturers and students. Some of the participants in the study have indicated some positives of the online engagement, while some have indicated some negatives. Overall, the lecturers have mainly embraced online learning because while the students are struggling with this new modality, and most of the participants find online learning more convenient. Limitations. The study was conducted during the pandemic, and therefore there could not have been physical contact with the subjects. Therefore, a purposive sampling had to be done. The interviews were done either via Zoom or via telephone, and therefore the number of participants were limited. Consequently, the results of this research may not be generalizable to a large population. And as far as recommendations are concerned, one recommendation is to begin class later and also end a few minutes earlier. I should note at this point that some of the students and lecturers indicated that there were times when they had to wait on the Zoom room because someone was still using the Zoom room that they were to enter. There is to be more planning for more in-class interaction, and we need to encourage parents to provide a dedicated space for the students to attend the classes and have more sensitization sessions for the students and provide more opportunities for out-of-class interaction. That's the end of my presentation. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Brown, for your presentation. It was really informative. We will just have Mr. Williams now giving a quick overview of his findings and recommendations. Hopefully, they'll be able to pick up the signal better.
Hopefully.
Mr. Williams.
Right, I'm hoping the same as well. As said, I'm just going to give a quick overview. To really ground or frame what we found, I want to just give this outline of what the sample looked like. So there were 2 groups of students. Group 1 was 22 urban students, and group 2 was 22 rural students. And group 2 was further subdivided into students who lived in rural spaces but studied in an urban space, and students who lived and studied in rural spaces. And the ages were 18 to 42 years. We use narratives, ethnographic observations, interviews to pull together the data, as well as so method triangulation and researcher triangulation was imperative to remove those axiological biases that can often come out in qualitative research. So the results. What we found was, I think serendipity was a buzzword or a frequently used word in our study or when we were pulling together the data. And there was really because there was so much unexpected sweet spots in the final paper. And so particularly in the urban space, what we realized was the restrictions, the response to COVID, the stay-at-home orders, the social isolation would have dampened the impromptu street dance and celebrations that you'd have seen in an urban inner city. And so there was this communal sense of depression that permeated the air. And then when this is, coupled with the violence that we were seeing and the zones of special operation, the students were then internalizing the violence and trauma. And so this was affecting their schoolwork, this was affecting the coursework, this was affecting the college. So there was a general sense of gloom and doom in addition to the pandemic in the urban inner city. When we also engage the social distancing and isolation, we must engage the social element because humankind is a social species. And so when you're limiting these movements, particularly for areas where population density is a serious concern, there would have been some mental health crises that would have emerged with the anxiety, the depression, the COVID fatigue. And so when we came to the virtual classroom, a lot of that trauma was being transferred to the space. And so there was some difficulties with learning. Additionally, what we didn't realize was the significance of the school space as a source of sustenance and protection for survivability of students in both the rural and urban space. And when we're talking about protection and survivability, we're talking about from sexual abuse, from hunger, from the persistent poverty that a lot of these participants were immersed in. And so the removal from the physical space to this virtual space removed a lot of our students from this life force, from this source of sustenance. And so the trauma that would have been internalized from that would have also been a high risk factor for distance education. Importantly, there was one student that noted in terms of social signals was that for her, it was she's in the allied health group. It was putting on the uniform and coming into the school every day that sent a message to the community that, I am somebody of worth, I am a good representation of the community. And now that she does not have that space to reaffirm the social signal and validate identity, she found that she was not able to perform in the same way that she was pre-pandemic. Sorry? Oh, right. So as a systemic mechanism that we saw developing, this was again one of those areas of serendipity, was religiosity as a coping mechanism to trauma. And so this has really positioned us to do more research, a study that we're currently doing on what we're calling pandemic prayer and panic, is really those people in the revivalist and Judeo-Christian faiths who have been using Christian faith-based methods and framing to unpack some of the trauma that they would have experienced during the initial stages and currently with COVID. So what we're seeing then is that prayer has allowed a lot of these participants to actively do something about the pandemic, because it's not something that you can fight. Prayer is allowing them to feel like we're responding to this way in a way that we can control, or in a way that our spirituality can control. And what the literature has showed us is that, particularly in the Latin America and the Caribbean, the LAC, countries where there are high incidence of persistent poverty and violence and other mental hygiene issues, there would have been a large number of churches per square mile. So it wasn't surprising when the Guinness Book of World Records noted that Jamaica has the most church per square mile. It's something that you see when people study this kind of structural and social violence. Now, in terms of the perception of learning outcome, some of the anxiety and fatigue that emerged, as you can see, would have come from that frustration, the kind of frustration that myself and you would have felt when the internet wasn't working the way that I needed it for this presentation. A lot of our students have been feeling that in the urban and rural space. And so what we saw that 86% of urban participants found online learning ineffective in comparison to 75% of rural poor students that found it ineffective. Now, it is important to note that the 14% and 25%, 14% of urban students and 25% of rural students that found learning effective were the students with strong support, parental or family support. And what we realized was when we talk about support, it wasn't just moral, it had to be financial. So the absence of one of these would not have registered the same results as when a student had both boxes checked. They needed the frame to be complete of both financial and moral support to have this view that learning was effective. So this is what we realized. We can say that the shift to virtual education displaced students who didn't have access pre-pandemic. So these are the students who were already struggling pre-pandemic. Then, when we integrate structural and social violence, we can make the claim that urban working poor students were socially excluded and rural working poor students were socially ignored. So this is that transition to virtual education. Then, the increased volume or traffic of people on the internet would have adversely impacted the services provided by the two major telecommunication companies. We have seen these complaints in social media and it continues. So we're still having that problem. The shift to virtual education, when the government did this in March last year, what we'd have seen was that developed countries would have been doing this. And these were countries that would have already tackled their digital divide before the pandemic. And so what a lot of our educators in these spaces did, according to the students, they shifted the chalk and talk delivery to the virtual space instead of creating that paradigmatic shift using emerging technologies and recreating content for the virtual space. So that didn't happen. We just saw that transition, bring the PowerPoints to the virtual space, and so students, the needs of students weren't met in this way. Then, using the Marxist or the social violence theoretical lens, what we saw too was that it was the reproduction of educational inequity that was in effect as a response to COVID-19. What this means, the students who were disenfranchised by this virtual transition were always the students disenfranchised before the pandemic. So these are the students who are normally, these are the students who are normally disenfranchised at whichever level. All right, so just quickly to wrap up now, jump to the conclusion. Yeah. So just as a final thought, social and economical college students were unprepared and ill-equipped to engage in distance education. And this is due to successive government failures and skewed ontological security. These students do not feel like they are seen, and so they do not have a sense of a bright future. Additionally, why we call COVID the great exposer is because it did not create these socioeconomic realities. These socioeconomic realities have always existed. COVID has just exposed the grand failure of the wider Jamaican society to engage and empower these students. And so going forward, the response to these concerns must be the holistic policy frames to address the social protection and social security systems. That's the final thought. Thank you so much, Mr.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thanks also to Dr. Sandra Robinson-Madden and Mrs. Hortense Brown. These presentations were very well done. I have observed several takeaways, and some takeaways from presentation one includes students' organizational skills, emotional challenges, expectations of teachers and students, The presentation from Mrs. Hortense Robinson looked at some advantages and challenges of the online teaching and learning. And Mr. Williams and Dr. Edwards Watson's presentation brought home the importance of religiosity in responding to trauma, the importance of the physical school environment, and educational inequity. There are 3 questions that I observed in the chat. I will just read. The first question was from Dr. Gudapati. I'm going up to the question. And this question was for Dr. Madden. The question was there any indication of which method they preferred in getting their course material, whether through email or having it on LMS? Is Dr. Madden here? Can she answer?
Yes, I am here. The method, that was the first question I saw, was the method preferred in getting the course materials. So the students actually did not state a specific method. What they desired was that every teacher use the same platform or the same system in which to send the information. So here we use Teams. Teams actually gives us the opportunity to upload the information to the students on Teams, while others use Moodle. So most students said since the classes were being done on Teams, it would be good to have the information right there. But it wasn't a majority saying Teams versus Moodle. So I'm not sure. It was just in terms of consistency that was the issue. What the other question I saw was what teachers liked. I'm not sure. Was that the other question?
The question, was there any indication of something that teachers were doing that students liked and made the learning better?
Right. So I didn't get to go to that slide, but they did indicate a number of things. Taking games, as was indicated by one of the presenters, that was one. The use of team meetings where they could communicate with each other, so assigning them group tasks so that they could meet and actually get to communicate, that was one. Students emphasize the use of templates, if teachers could allow them to have templates so that it was easier for them to have an understanding of what was required for the coursework. They said that the templates or the rubric used by CCCJ is not very clear. So if you could use templates, anything that increases engagement, the use of polls, the use of emojis in the chat, also giving them time to answer questions. I got the impression that they meant assigning them the questions before class so that they could find the answers, and then when they come back to the next class, then they would be more prepared to provide the responses. Overall, it was really also getting practical things to do instead of just the mundane sitting down and listening to lectures.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madden. This other question was to Mrs. Hortense Brown. Mrs. Hortense Brown was asked a question by Dr. Gudapati, and the question was, was the research on tertiary or secondary students? Mrs. Brown?
Okay, thanks. I was muted. Oh, I did indicate that the research was done at Excelsior Community College. So it was tertiary students. But in my review of literature, it was found that the entire educational system from primary level to tertiary level was plunged into the online learning situation.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Brown. So I saw your hand, Mrs. Walker, right? But I'm being given instructions to wrap up. So once again, thanks to all the presenters. Really appreciate your presentations. I have learned much from it, and I believe other participants have learned from your presentations as well, based on the responses in the chat. Thank you all for coming to this first main seminar room presentation. I will now hand over to Miss Julia Williams, who will take over for the next set of presentations. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thor. I'd like to welcome everyone to this breakout session of the ECC Virtual Research Day. For this session, we'll have 3 presenters, Mr. David Perry and Dr. Amaris Nicely, and Ms. Louise Lawrence Rose. Each presenter will have 15 minutes to present, which will be followed by 5 minutes of questions and feedback. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to our first presenter, Mr. David Perry. But before I do, I'd like to provide some background information on Mr. David Perry. He works at the Excelsior Community College institution, and he is a sports development coordinator. The topic of his presentation for today, is the impact of COVID-19 on the fitness and sports industry. Without further ado, David Perry, you are on the floor.
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Okay, so I heard somebody I heard the other presenter saying that it should have been more engaging where people could move and stuff like that. And, you know, it's kind of hard to do that in the virtual atmosphere, you know, but what I want to do today, you know, from your chairs, if anybody wants to maybe turn on them camera or something, we're going to do like a quick stretch in our chairs because I'm not going to get up. All right. So the first thing I'm doing, I'm going to stretching straight up, just keeping the back straight up of the chair. And let's take some deep breaths. Give me 5, 1, 2, and 3, and then down. All right. With the same upward posture, we're just going to reach across and just taking some deep breaths. 1, 2, and 3. All right, over to the other side. One more time. Next side. 1, 2, and 3. All right, so I hope everybody is feeling better now. All right, so let me share my presentation with you guys real quick. Okay, 1 second. Okay, is everybody seeing my presentation?
Yes, we're seeing.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so when they're introducing me, I realized that there's a little mistake. I'm not sure if I made a mistake or maybe I should have changed it, but what I'm reviewing is the impact of COVID-19 on the wellness and sports sector in Jamaica. Because what is that the wellness and sports industry and even the recreational fitness industry, it's all intertwines and it comes together, okay? Because as you see in the spas and in the tourism sector, it's like they do a lot of stretching, you know, it's a lot of physical activity, you know, even down to the water aerobics that you may take part in at the hotel may be somewhat of recreational fitness, right? And it's also good for health and wellness. Because what I always tell my mother say, once you're working out, everything else will fall into place. All right, so the first thing we'll be introducing the topic. All right, then we're going to be speaking about COVID-19 in 2020 before this year, how it was. I'll be sharing a video of ECC, of what some of the things that the sports department and some of our students took part in. And then also we're going to be looking at the wellness industry, just some information about how it was before, the amount of money that it was making before, and also the sports industry. Then after we look at both industries, we'll be looking at the impact after COVID-19 and also adjusting to COVID-19. All right, so we're looking at the problems and the adjustment will review the solution. All right, so my name is David Perry, Sports Development Officer at the Excelsior Community College / Assistant Lecturer. All right, and as I said before, we're looking at COVID and how it impacts the sports and wellness sector in Jamaica. And we have to realize how much the pandemic has slowed down things, but we also have to be grateful of the insight and some of the new techniques and new ways in which we go about learning and also about interacting. All right, so here's a short, let me go back. So here's a short video.
So proud, standing there with the phone and a cigarette, send pictures of yourself on the internet. You're feeling it about a small town, all around cutting class with the ability. Getting drunk on the bus you have been in. Go down together, they'll sing, sing, they'll sing.
Social distancing there at all, you know, what so for the record, that was prior to we'll be looking at what the wellness industry is. I'm sure a lot of persons here know, but for those who don't know, we're just going to do a quick review. All right, so the wellness industry is broadly defined. It includes products and services made accessible to people traveling from place to place for health reasons. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, statistics estimate that of tourism overall contribution to GDP averages more than 21.5% within the Caribbean single market economy. In fact, the World Bank estimates on health and wellness tourism worldwide exceeding US $40 billion a year, increasing an increase of 30% per annum. While the tourism industry as a whole is only growing at a rate of 4 to 5%. All right, so this what it says here is just that while the tourism industry is growing, the health and the wellness industry is really giving even that number a little push by how fast it is growing. Right, there are a lot of persons traveling prior to the pandemic, where there are less rules, you know, to travel nowadays. You have to have you have to take a COVID test. You have to have a lot of different things, even just to come back or go back and forth, go to your country, whatever it takes, right? Even before there were no mask protocols, no social distancing, so it allows more persons to interact, more opportunities for certain businesses. Now that we're facing a lockdown, there's not much things that we can do you know what I mean, throughout the night to engage ourselves. A lot of persons work at night, and you know, Jamaica, we really rely on the tourism industry and also the health and wellness industry for a lot of persons to make money. A lot of spas out there, a lot of health and wellness hotels and stuff like that, gyms and so forth. Okay. All right, so these are some of the activities that we normally see in more of a wellness settings, so you can understand what's going on. The spas, you see the spas is contact, meditational rooms and stuff like that. People can still do these things, but definitely have to use a bigger space, especially with ventilation is now a problem in which we have to take into consideration. Mountain climbing, hiking, you know, yoga, fitness, spiritual, people come to Jamaica for a spiritual experience. You know, I think that is Yellow Man or some other, you know, lighter skinned person. So that's how important it is. Like sometimes we take it for granted because we see it every day, but others rely on just that relaxation of what the country has to offer. And also sports, of course, people come here, even, what do they call it again, the primary and secondary tourists or something like that, where some of them travel for purpose of wellness and some travels and do wellness while they're on the trip. So, you know, so that's just some insight for you guys. All right, so we'll speak briefly about the sports industry, one of the fastest growing industry. It says here, the sports industry encompasses all activities that derive income from sports, including anything from fitness ticketing, TV distribution, betting and advertising to sponsorship or merchandise. In the world, the sports industry is estimated to be valued at 500 billion USD by the World Bank in 2005. The Caribbean sports market value a little under 766 million in 2013, according to an article published by the University of West Indies. Jamaica contributes a significant amount of market value, having the most medals to GDP in 2016 Rio Olympics, because we definitely did well in that regard. Right, so as you see, even our country as a whole, we contribute so much that we don't know to sports, you know. And with our lockdown and the athletes not able to even participate in sports, because you see how Jamaicans are even getting involved in a lot of different sports where not even the country not even sponsoring them, and they're still representing Jamaica. For example, the kickboxing that went on the other day, I'm sure that, you know, they could have used a little bit more, but, you know, they're still passionate, they're still waving their flag. So that's the importance of what sports does in our everyday life, you know. And as I said, Jamaica is one of the most popular and one of the best countries for sports in the Caribbean. I would say that hands down. All right, all ages were affected. All the kids don't know, there's no kiddie sports right now. I've seen the other day, I see people start training and stuff like that for other sports, but as you see, like a lot of sports, a lot of coaches are out of jobs. In the first part of the pandemic, I saw a well-known coach. He's now selling Gleaner, you know, so it's just, you know what I mean, and people are able to adjust. I used to be a sports, well, I'm a strength and conditioning coach, but with the pandemic closing, I had to actually change my type of business to a more personal training. So it's forced the sports person to adjust. All right. So you definitely have to adjust to the new protocols, and it's ongoing until it's solved. All right. So this is after COVID. All right. In attempts to curtail the spread of the virus, the country has been utilizing all their resources to cope, and with quarantine and curfews as the best action against the virus, it may cost the country a potential dramatic economic recession. It also has been impacting everyday people from living a festive lifestyle full of movement and excitement. Most persons are using less energy and even are living a sedimentary lifestyle. The rate at which people gain and lose weight depending on their energy level expenditure. So with that being said, the energy expenditure is the amount of energy that you expend in a day. So if you're used to, let's say, walking to the bus stop and then taking a bus and then you're moving about, then you're gonna see that you're not gaining as much weight if you're not eating too much. You know what I mean? If you're eating the right optimum amount, you wouldn't be gaining any weight, right? Because you're still active and your activity level is high versus somebody who is working from home. If you're working from home at this point, you have to maybe hire a personal trainer or look into fitness, because you would be living a sedentary lifestyle, sitting in front of the computer all day, just walking from the kitchen, walking from your bed to your bathroom, because you can't leave the house because you may have class through the day, meetings. So it's like you're sitting in front of the computer all day. Now, which is okay, but we have to adjust and see how best we can get up and move. And sweating is one of the best things. I say sometimes people are scared to walk in the sun, but the sun is the best thing to walk in because it helps you to burn fat, because heat is what burns fat, you know? So that's what I'm saying is that impact after COVID, it changes our lifestyle, the movement. We're not moving as much, right? Even in the sports industry, as it says here, for example, Excelsior Community College, we haven't took part in any sports this year other than track and field, technically, in a competition settings, and they're still having trouble to even get intercal off the ground. So even those students that we would have coming in to play sports, we see we had a decline because they're not coming in because there's no sports. And even those who are already there, some of them were they were more motivated by even coming to play sports to help them to push through in the school department, which they were finding that trouble. So they did some leave and some stay. All right, let me continue. I don't want to talk it off. All right, because this is something I'm passionate about, so I'll talk about it all day. So as I said, the impact, no sports, no social gathering. You can see where we usually have our fun sports day out and about with everybody. We cannot have that anymore, that for now. Maybe next year, hopefully. The lockdown, the social distances, right? Remember, there's no money coming in for sports, because think about it. Like, we went from having a stadium full of persons to everybody not being in the stadium. As I said in the slides before, sports make a lot of money from tickets, TV deals, sponsorship, putting up their banners. So once that is not able to happen, like the industry will start to plummet. You know what I mean? Whether it is by a few percent or by a major margin. Because as you see, you look at the basketball with the bubble, they don't dart. So let's say for the NBA, no NBA player could have left the bubble, and anybody who left the bubble or brought somebody in the bubble, they face serious fines and could have been expelled from the NBA. And that's the same thing they did with American football. And a lot of countries who are participating in soccer is doing the same thing at this time. So that is pretty much what is going on. And also the international competitors, they're actually continuing their sports. So now, while the first year countries are doing their sports and continuing and getting better, our athletes are actually sitting down and doing something else. So that also gives those countries a slight advantage when we get back on the world stage. That means we would have a lot of work to do in the majority of our sporting aspects as it comes to that. All right. I said, and my other point, I said a lot of first world countries cannot afford to stop playing sports, because as you see, sports is one of the fastest growing industry, and it's making a lot of money. So when that happens in our economic scale, if that slows down, the economy would probably, you know what I mean, it will come down, the GDP, you'll see where it will start coming down, you know, because of what is going on. So that is why majority of the countries are still playing, and no matter what happens, they'll still try to push through because they need it. All right, almost finished here. All right, so adjusting to COVID, there are various ways in which wellness and sports can help to keep the economy stable and help to curtail the virus. Individuals will have to be willing to exercise and retreat in smaller groups. Sports would have strict social distancing guidelines and a good action plan. Okay, so what I'm saying here is that Like with even the economy being stable, we have to figure out a way how to use, even before the COVID, we had to find a way how we can what is the word I'm looking for, to how we can use sports as a tool to get money. You know what I mean? I think before this happened, we weren't doing a great job in Jamaica, but I can see where it can grow. And with even having sports, it takes a good action plan. We can have sports, but we definitely have to have a great action plan in which we can fight against or minimize the spread of the virus. And as I said, even for curtailing the virus, health and wellness and fitness is one of the best ways to help yourself to stay healthy, by keeping your heart and your respiratory system active. You know, those deep breaths, inhale and exhale, that your lungs need that, right? You see where we're wearing masks now, where all the carbon dioxide, that stuff cannot even really freely release from our body anymore. We are covered in masks. Sometimes I feel so bad for when I go someplace, and so I know somebody is working an 8 to 12 hour shift and they have to wear a mask the whole time. That is just slowly killing them.
You can also download the One Stop Media app and watch on the go. So don't.
So just in the last slide here, engage in non-contact sports. There's a lot of non-contact sports out there, you know, or limited contact sports, I may say. Online training sessions. Don't be afraid to go on YouTube or get somebody to train you online. Invest in your health. Home workouts, like go ahead and try to see if you can maybe take a class about health and wellness, or even, as I said, do your own exploration. Training with strict social distancing, smaller groups, right? Keep sanitizing, keep wiping down the equipments, all that, so you don't get those droplets in your system. And also, you can also hire a personal trainer if you want, because it's a very good thing where it's just one-on-one, right? So it limits the exposure to the virus, and you have to trust your trainer somehow, or even you can do it online, WhatsApp, Zoom. There's a lot of training out there. And lastly, the sports, the bubble effect, as I spoke about, with them using a bubble or a controlled environment to limit exposure of the outside world to the persons who are taking part. All right, so are there any questions for me? Hello?
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry, for that interesting presentation on the impact of COVID-19 on the sports and wellness industry. We do take the note that there is a fine balance that we have to maintain between the health of our citizens as well as the economic well-being of the country. And I do take the note that there's a potential role for your industry to balance this big risk, or this big balancing act that we have to meet. The floor is now open for persons to ask questions.
Hi, Miss Williams.
Yes, Miss.
Questions at the very end because of time, so you can just do presentations.
Okay, no problem, Dr. Malcolm. Okay then, so our next presenter. Our next presenter will be Dr. Anne-Marie Nicely. Just a little background on Dr. Anne-Marie Nicely. She works at the Purdue University, where she is the Associate Professor at the School of Hospitality and Tourism Management. Her topic of her presentation for today is Understanding Visitor Harassment Globally, Effectively Addressing the Issue Locally. Dr. Anne-Marie Nicely, you are on the floor.
Let me get my slide up. Can you see my slide? Share. One moment, please. I'm so sorry. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, we're seeing it now.
Okay. Ooh. All right. All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I must really thank Nadine Walker-Wright for sharing this information on your virtual research day. As you know, I'm Anne-Marie Nicely. I am the lead researcher with the Visitor Harassment Research Unit at Purdue. And by the way, Mr. Perry, thanks for the stretch. I really did it and it worked, and I maybe will try it for my online classes, my synchronous classes. So I wanted to start off by explaining what is visitor harassment. Visitor harassment is really an undesired, unwanted behavior directed towards visitors by persons at the destination. Visitor harassment is basically based on the visitor's perception or interpretation of that interaction. However, there are a set of behaviors that persons commonly view, especially persons from the West, commonly view as harassing. And we're going to be talking about a couple of those in a few minutes. It's a global problem. It's not unique to Jamaica. And there are different types of visitor harassment occurring around the world. We have institutional, sexual, beggar, and trader harassment. I think the second and third, I think, might be self-explanatory. Institutional is when we have the police, members of the police force, or immigration officers that are actually harassing visitors. And the most common form of visitor harassment in Jamaica and around the world is the harassment of visitors by micro-entrepreneurs. And that's the group I want to kind of focus on today. So my presentation today is based on four studies that was conducted earlier that I had the opportunity to lead. One I think I did on my own. And my conversation or exchange today is going to be focused on four topics which are based on these studies: ways micro-entrepreneurs harass visitors, geographic patterns to visitor harassment, why the attempts at cauterizing the problem in Jamaica, why it has failed, and how can we reduce the negative impact of visitor harassment on Jamaica. Okay, so the first thing I want to look at from those four topics is ways micro-entrepreneurs harass visitors. So this particular study, it was there are two studies that looked at this. One looked at it in Jamaica and the second looked at it around the world. And the goal for both was very, very similar, is that we wanted to ascertain the various ways micro-entrepreneurs harass visitors. If I were to say it another way, what are the behaviors visitors consider to be harassing from micro-entrepreneurs, such as by taxi cab drivers, craft traders, performers, etc. So study one looked around the world. It was a qualitative project. A variety of analysis was used. And the period of focus for that global study was 2010 to 2019. 697 documents were sourced, and they included blog posts, that's the dominant type of documents used, news reports and newspaper articles, research articles, and they described trader harassment of visitor behaviors in 152 countries. The second study, as I said, is also qualitative, focused on Jamaica. It involved the analysis of 53 TripAdvisor posts, and the period of focus was 2006 to 2013. TripAdvisor is a popular travel website, and persons often share their travel experiences on this particular website. So this is what was found. We discovered 38 distinct behaviors, 38 ways micro-entrepreneurs harass visitors in 152 countries. And in Jamaica, we identified 26 ways. So let me clarify. One trader harassment episode can involve multiple behaviors. So one episode can involve multiple behaviors. So I decided to pick 6 from the 38, and the 6 behaviors, and these 6 behaviors not only occur in other parts of the world, but also in Jamaica. And examples of 3 group behaviors is the micro-entrepreneurs or a craft trader or craft traders approaching the visitor one after the other. The visitor finds that to be harassing. a group of fruit vendors, for example, would be circling a visitor, you know, trying to get that purchase. Or we might find the micro entrepreneur beckoning and calling to the visitor, multiple micro entrepreneurs calling and beckoning to the visitor. We
Yes,
also
partner.
have,
I'm not getting him, so let me just log in.
okay, individual behaviors that we have found, 3 that occurs in Jamaica and in other parts of the world is trailing. So they might be walking behind or walking beside, or requesting that the visitor purchase something that they believe or service that they believe is illegal or immoral. For example, someone asking the visitor to purchase sex or to purchase drugs. And another common one we see in Jamaica and other parts of the world too is micro entrepreneurs stopping and showing the visitor his or her products. So those are just 6 of the 38, but those 6 are found in Jamaica and in other parts of the world. So the other topic I wanted to talk about today are geographic patterns to trader harassment around the world. This first study also looked at this. We wanted to find out the regions of the world that reported the greatest variety of trader harassment or visitor behaviors. We identified a number of geographic regions. In these regions, 26 to 30 of the 38 behaviors were discovered in these regions. And they are Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, Southern Europe, North America and the Caribbean, Southeast Asia, North Africa, and South America, parts of South America. Now, interestingly, why this particular finding is very important is that most of those regions fall within the pink and red area of areas of the map. And we call this the equatorial zone. And this is Jamaica right here. So the question now becomes why? And one of the things that we're looking at Purdue is the answer to that particular question. Are there geographic patterns to visitor harassment? The third study that we looked at in the Visitor Harassment Research Unit at Purdue, this study was on Jamaica. And we really wanted to look at the mitigation, trader harassment or visitor harassment mitigation strategies being used in Jamaica and try to figure out why we're not receiving, by the way, I am Jamaican, why we're not receiving sustainable results. So the first thing we did is that we looked at a variety of behavior modification studies, and we came up with a theoretical model. We also looked at a number of classical theories of behavior modification, and we came up with a proposed model for sustainably reducing microtraders' aggressive selling behaviors. After we developed the model, we applied the case of Jamaica. We applied some knowledge and information that we generated from Jamaica to the model with the hope of identifying possible gaps. So this is what the model looks like. I'm not sure why it's not coming up. Perfect. So this is what the model looks like. And basically what it says is that for visitor harassment to be reduced over the long term, all of this must be in place. And that is, the micro entrepreneurs need to be convinced that less aggressive selling is good and the alternative is bad. They must be convinced that there is local support when they engage in less aggressive selling and local disdain when they engage in the alternative. They must be convinced that less aggressive selling is more rewarding and the alternative is not. So that's phase 1 of the model. But they must also know the fundamentals of the desired behavior. It is pointless to say, stop harassing the visitor. What should I do instead? We have not really clearly articulated that to the micro entrepreneur. The behaviors that you want the micro entrepreneurs to demonstrate, they have to be continuously modeled. They have to be able to continuously observe those behaviors, and they must be given opportunities to practice those behaviors. And in order to sustain behavior, there must be positive and negative reinforcement, and there must be punitive and alternative action. And time doesn't allow me to get into all of that, but I just wanted to put a quick comment to say there is a place for the all-inclusive concept. And I know there have been some negative comments about all-inclusive hotels and that it fuels visitor harassment, but we can have that conversation offline. And I can explain why I mentioned that. So some of the theories, classical theories by which this model is based include theory of operant conditioning, theory of planned change, social learning theory, theory of aggression, and theory of planned behavior. So for this study, it was a qualitative study. We wanted to find out all the visitor harassment mitigation initiatives Jamaica used, dating back from 1957 to 2013. So we looked at old newspaper articles from 1969 to 2013, 181 of those that describe some of the mitigation efforts used in Jamaica. We looked at Jamaica Tourist Board reports from 1957 to 2010, 37 of them, and we looked at other government documents and acts, laws, etc. We also interviewed 7 leaders of craft markets across the island because we wanted to find out if the mitigation efforts that were implemented resulted in the critical thoughts that were expressed in the model that I just discussed. So when we plotted everything, we went into a room, and I am the only Jamaican on the team. Persons, we were from different parts of the world: Australia, US, Malaysia. This is what we discovered, is that the areas in red were not being covered in the mitigation efforts described. The micro entrepreneurs were still not convinced that aggressive selling was bad. They were not convinced that they will be supported. They will receive local support if they engage in less aggressive selling. They were not convinced that less aggressive selling was rewarding and that aggressive selling was less rewarding. And there were no initiatives to ensure that they were able to continuously practice the desired behaviors. I tell you, when I drive around the island, there was, in some markets, I could count the number of visitors on one hand. I don't know. I shudder to think how persons survive, especially outside of cruise shipping days. The last study, which I call this the study of hope, looked at persons who visited Jamaica, reducing the negative impact of visitor harassment. It looked at persons who visited Jamaica, experienced trader harassment, but believed or expressed that they would still return to Jamaica. They would still recommend Jamaica to others, whether on social media or in person, and they would still support the micro entrepreneurs if given the opportunity. 108 survey respondents' comments from 108 persons were analyzed using thematic content analysis, and they were asked to focus on visitor harassment that occurred between 2010 and 2016 because the study was conducted in 2016. Now, this is what we discovered. This is what was found. And this is such a pivotal set of results to the point where we're doing more quantitative studies in other countries looking at some of these factors. Persons had certain behavioral, normative, and controlled thoughts. That is, they had positive loyalty intentions, even though they experienced harassment, because they believed Jamaica was beautiful, because they believed the Jamaican people were nice, because they found the culture distinctive and unique. They found Jamaica to be fun. They thought they got value for money. And especially when it comes to the micro traders, they thought that the things that they had for sale were basically good. In terms of normative thoughts, many said they would recommend and return to Jamaica and support the micro entrepreneurs because they had family on the island, friends, colleagues, and they have business to conduct. So it makes sense they would return, but they would encourage others to return to visit as well. And in terms of controlled beliefs, they say they would express, they would have positive loyalty intentions toward the island because they know the trader harassment behaviors to expect. They know how to avoid these behaviors. Avoidance is important. They know how to cope with these behaviors if experienced. They found the destination to be affordable. They found, they said they would support the micro entrepreneurs if they can access trustworthy ones, especially in the transportation sector. And they found some thought that the visitor harassment was part of the destination experience, and as a result, they would return to the island. So the way forward, takeaways and the way forward, we know now there are 38 distinct behaviors. As a researcher and persons who are doing visitor harassment research, we need to better understand these behaviors. Secondly, tourism leaders need to start targeting these behaviors. And I want to qualify the word targeting. One is, if these are behaviors that Jamaica and Jamaicans are proud of, we have to help the visitor to understand those behaviors. If these are behaviors that we are ashamed of, because as I said, I'm Jamaican, then we have to find some way to reduce those behaviors. That's what I mean when I say target. The second takeaway and the way forward is that Jamaica did a lot of work. I think if we were to add it up, it would have been billions spent on trying to reduce the problem. I am going to propose that our leaders use the model for sustainably reducing small traders' aggressive selling behaviors as a guide and to measure the effectiveness of their program. They highlight critical knowledge and thoughts that must be in place for our micro entrepreneurs not to harass visitors. For me, as a researcher and persons like myself, the model needs to be tested and retested. The model needs to be tested and retested at different locations around the world. And then the last takeaway is we can overcome, and I think Jamaica, for a large part, has been able to continue to grow its industry because there are a lot of, because the destination is fun, the destination is beautiful, the culture is distinctive, etc., etc. So my advice to my tourism leaders in Jamaica, they need to ensure that all of this is up all the time. Don't compromise on the natural beauty of the island and all of those factors that I mentioned before. For me, as a researcher and my research team, we are looking at, and we have already collected data, looking at India and Mexico, testing these possible moderators of the relationship between visitor harassment and visitors' loyalty intention. So we have started research and we're in the process of writing up the results of that as we speak. So these are the references. That is it. Thank you so much for this opportunity to participate in your research day.
And thank you so much, Dr. Nyson, for your presentation. We have noted the ways or the interesting ways in which micro traders harass visitors locally and internationally. And we were made aware of the models that have been proposed to reduce this behavior, why it did not work in Jamaica, and the way forward. All right, thank you so much again. After the last presenter, we'll have the questions and answer session. Our next presenter is Miss Louise Lawrence Rose. A little bit of information about her. She studies at the La Syria University, where she's a PhD candidate. Her presentation topic today is Religion, Autism, and Parental Stress, the case of Christian religion in Africa and the Caribbean. Miss Louise Lawrence Rose, you are on the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'd like to just say good afternoon. There are several persons I recognize on the platform. I'd just like to give a shout out to my dear husband who has taken along with him a number of persons for my moral support. I appreciate you all. May not be able to call you all by name. Thank you for joining me on this presentation. I'm going to ask you to give sharing privilege to Louise Lawrence Rose. Not 2. Number 2 is just the video.
You already have it.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. So this is a case. Can you see my screen?
No, you're not sharing.
Are you sure you gave the sharing to the right device?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No. Oh boy. Okay, are you seeing the presentation now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for your patience. Okay, let me move ahead fast. All right, so last month we celebrated Autism Awareness Day month. It was for the entire month. And I want to tell you a little bit about autism. So the American Psychological Association defines autism spectrum disorders, ASDs, as a pervasive, that means it is really, you know, on the rise, neurodevelopmental disorder whose symptoms are present from early childhood and are known to limit or impair everyday functioning. They are also characterized by impairments in social, communication, and restricted, repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, or activities. And that's from the APA Manual 2013. So pervasive development disorders are a group of disorders in a category in which there are four. Autism is just one in that group. Other disorders in the category are Asperger's, Rett's, childhood disintegrative disorders, and other pervasive developmental disorders not otherwise specified. So as I said before, the three major characteristics of autism is that there are impairments in social interactions, communication, and restricted patterns of behaviors, interests, and activities. So let's look closely more at those three characteristics. Impairments in social interactions. An autistic child will find it difficult to develop relationships with children their own age. So some things that they should be doing socially, you know, like playing, smiling, greeting, socializing, they won't be able to do that. Then there's impairment in communication. People with autism nearly always have severe problems with communicating, and about a third never acquire any speech. Some may develop echolalia. So that's just like saying one thing over and over and over again. And the third one is restricted behaviors and interests. They generally like things to stay the same way, and they usually spend countless hours doing ritualistic activities. So observe that child and see what they do, their patterns of behavior on a day-to-day basis. They'll do the same thing over and over again. The prevalence. In the US, Autism prevalence is reported to be highest among non-Hispanic white children, lower in Hispanic and African American Black children, and highly variable in Asian Pacific Islanders. More comorbid intellectual disability and delays in expressive language have been observed among Hispanic and African American children, and this was found out by Becerra and the others in 2014.
Ladies.
Yes.
Miss Lawrence, could you scroll through your slides?
The slide is not moving for you.
No, it's not. It's just on your first slide.
I don't know why that is. Still?
You need to put it on slideshow.
It is on slideshow.
Not for us.
I am seeing it on slideshow.
Maybe you can stop the share and share again and restart share.
On my computer, it is full screen, but it's not moving. I'm not sure what is
You
happening.
clicked on slideshow at the top of the screen in the orange section and then go from
beginning.
Right.
It has moved for me on my screen. I'm seeing it full screen, but it hasn't changed for you. I don't know why.
You want to send the file in the chat?
Yes.
And perhaps somebody else can share it for you.
Okay. Let me stop sharing. I'm not getting an option to attach a document in this chat. May I have your email quickly? May I have an email?
It's in the chat. ZARIA.
Yes.
.MAL COLM @ecc.edu.jm.
I've sent it to Tamisi and I've sent it to you. Thank you so much for your patience. I wish I had the exercise guide to do the stretching again at this point. Have you received the document?
Yes, I have. 1 second, I'm opening it.
Okay, great.
You can go ahead, Mrs. Rose, and just tell me when to change slide.
Okay. All right, so go to the second slide. Okay, so I had explained about what autism was, how it was defined. The next slide, please. And that there were other disorders in that category or group of disorders called pervasive developmental disorders. Next slide, please. All right, so we said 3 distinct characteristics of autism was social interactions, communication, and restricted patterns of behaviors. Next slide, please. And then we looked closer at each of those 3 categories to see what they entail. I was explaining that for the social interactions, those children usually don't socialize well for children their age. Impairments in communication, nearly always they will have severe problems with communicating, and about 1/3 of them will never acquire any speech. And then restricted patterns of behaviors and interests is that they do the same things over and over again. It could be a game, it could be, you know, just like building blocks. They put the same things together, pull them apart, put it together. It's the same type of behaviors. And they never get bored with it. Next slide, please. All right, so I was looking at the prevalence of autism. In the US, the prevalence is reported to be highest among non-Hispanic white children, lower in Hispanic and African-American Black children, and highly variable in Asian Pacific Islanders. More comorbid intellectual disability and delays in expressing language have been observed among Hispanic and African-American children. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the US population, it's about 1 in every 68 children. But in developing countries, the reliable estimates for the prevalence of autism spectrum disorder are rare, like our country. The etiology of ASDs is believed to be multifactorial. That means there's not any one factor that researchers can point to say this is what causes it. Sams Vaughan and others, Dr. Maureen Sams Vaughan is one of our lead autism researchers in Jamaica. They believe that there's an interplay of genes and environmental factors at work that causes the disorder. And in Jamaica, with a rate of 1 in 68, there's almost 600 children born with this condition every year. This number includes about 500 boys and 100 girls because the condition is more common in boys. The prevalence of autism is more than pediatric AIDS, pediatric cancer, cerebral palsy, and childhood seizures combined. Dr. Sams Vaughan found this out in 2014. And you would think that because it is so prevalent, there would be a better reception, more knowledge about the area, and there isn't, because if you followed some of the profiles that were presented even last month, you'll find that there's still a lot of issues related and stigma related to the subject area. Next slide, please. The prevalence of autism spectrum disorder in South Africa is also unknown, and to date, very little research has been performed within school systems that could inform the rates, distribution, and profile of the needs of the children with autism spectrum disorder in education. A comprehensive database search was conducted in 2020 of all the children with autism spectrum disorder in the formal education system in the Western Cape province of South Africa, and compared the findings with population demographic expectations of the province. And from a population of 1.154 children attending schools in the province, a total of 940 children with a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder were identified, representing a rate of 0.08%. The male-female ratio was 5.5 to 1. So in almost every 6 boys, there'll be a girl who has autism. Next slide, please. So there was a previous study that revealed that the majority of parents in Africa have inadequate understanding of autism and reported moderate to high levels of stress about rearing autistic children. Parents were found to use negative coping strategies more often than positive coping strategies in dealing with their stress. Analysis also showed that mothers tended to report higher levels of stress than fathers. And this study was done by Ayinla G. and Olanrewa in 2019. Next slide, please. So in that same study, it was discovered that the presence of an autistic child in a family has adverse effects on many parts of family life in Nigeria. Parents of autistic children were found to experience disbelief, sadness, depression, self-blame, and anger. Some of the parents even thought that it was a bad omen that the child had the disorder, or it was a curse. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this study was to build on current research guided by religious coping theory. Little is known about the effects of religious faith, trust on the parental perception of autism and their parenting coping styles. This study fills this research gap by investigating the effects of religion on parental perception of autism and their coping styles using African and Caribbean parents with autistic children.
Ms. Kovo, what's happening?
Next slide, please. So 3 doctoral students in educational leadership at La Sierra University in California, 2 Africans, 1 from Ghana, 1 from Nigeria, and yours truly from Jamaica. We set out to gather information for the research paper on personal religiosity. Can you go back to the previous slide? Thank you. Okay, so the topic of the paper was personal religiosity and attitude towards autism. So we want to find out if persons' personal belief in God affected their attitude towards autism. And about 400 participants took this survey. They were either parents or relatives of an autistic child. And a quantitative research method utilizing the survey was developed. Perception scales were developed to analyze the findings from the 400 data that the participants submitted. Can I have the next slide, please? So the independent variable was trust in God, and there were 4 items in that scale. The dependent variable, parental perceptions of autism scale, and there were 3 subscales: autism as a curse, need of special education for autistic children, and proper knowledge. And the other dependent variables were parental coping, parental scales, 15 items, and the 2 subscales, affectionate parenting and stressful parenting. The respondents were 57.5% female, 42.5% male. 80% of the respondents were between the ages of 30 to 49. 95% of the respondents had education of college age or above. 85% of the respondents were married, and the gender of the autistic child in their families were 50% male, 50% female. 90% of the respondents were Christians. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the interest of time, we're not going to go through the scale, but I want you to just look at the blue area that has trust in God, and the R square values below that. So you'll see autism as a curse, 0.04 over 2.6. That is, not such a interesting finding, but as we go over to education for autistic children, you'll see that the rates are going up, 0.07 over 4.8. That's significant, and the other table, 0.08 over 5.24, which is also significant. Let me explain that for you in the next slide. So the research questions were, does parental religion affect coping with autism? How does parental perception of autism influence parental coping with autism? And do predictors of parental perceptions have significant effects on parental coping? The next slide, please. So the findings were, for parental religion, trust in God positively correlated with adequate knowledge and understanding of autism. Trust in God correlated positively with support for special education for autistic children. So those parents who had, their Christianity intact, their strong support system in God, they believed that they needed adequate knowledge and understanding of this. They didn't see it as an omen or a curse, and they also found special services and other supports for their autistic children. There was no relationship with belief in autism as a curse. The demographic variables, males are more likely to consider autism as a curse. Special education for autistic children are more likely to be considered by males, and there was no significant effects of marital status, parental age, the continent, whether the Caribbean or in Africa, and the presence of autistic children in the family. So there was no significant effects of those variables on parental perception. Next slide, please. Okay, the parental coping scale, I will explain it in the next slide. You can skip to the next slide. Okay, so for parental religion, trust in God increase positive or affectionate coping. So those parents who put their trust in God, they were more affectionate towards their children. For the parental perception, autism as a curse leads to negative, stressful coping. So if the parents saw that this is a curse, it's an omen, they found it very stressful to cope with their children. Then the adequate knowledge on autism increased positive, affectionate coping. And then for the demographic variables, there were no significant effects on parental coping again. Next slide, please. Okay, so these findings contribute to the scientific research of perceptions of Africans and Caribbeans on autism, as well as to the understanding of self, religion, and health, while indicating the importance of religious coping theory in investigating linkages between religion and mental health. More parental awareness and education is required to break down stigma and stress associated with the disorder. Some other recommendations in the following slide. More parental awareness is needed, as we said before, more family and other social support systems for parents, as family support is associated with increased optimism and better emotional support for children. Cognitive reframing for parents to continually use their religion for a buttress and a coping mechanism in times of extreme stress. And from a governmental and NGO level, to provide more social support systems and other resources to help educate parents and teach coping skills. Let's see if there's another one. Okay, so there you have it, the results of the parental stress and religion survey. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. We have sincerely noted the prevalence, the characteristics of autism, and how religion, especially the perception of religion, assists in coping with dealing with autism on the part of parents. In the interest of time, I'm going to forego the question and answer section. But I just want to thank my presenters again for their sterling contributions to this research day. And I'm going to hand over to our next host.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Ms. Williams, for allowing me to start my session. Now, today we have some very exciting topic. We're looking at sex, but we're looking at sex in a different light. We're looking at some presenters who are going to highlight some very important points about the topic of sex. So let me go straight ahead and introduce my presenters. Let me share the screen. All right, so this afternoon we have 3 presenters will be talking one after the other. The first is our very own Miss Thaw, Shilian Thaw. She is a lecturer at the Exeter Community College, and her topic will be looking at sex objectification, a qualitative inquiry into adolescent students' experience in an urban post-secondary institution. Our next presenter is Inspector Sean J. Mitchell, and he is attached to the Jamaica Constabulary Force. He is a digital content manager and public relations practitioner, and his topic is on gender-based violence, protecting victims and punishing perpetrators. And as many of us are fully aware, we have been seeing several of this kind of gender-based violence happening within our society. So this is really just so very, relevant, this particular topic, very relevant to our current situation that is happening within Jamaica. And lastly, we are going to have 2 very important presenters, Miss Andrea Martin Swaby and Renell Morgan, who are going to be presenting on malicious communication and pornography. Again, all presentations are very relevant, necessary in recent times, and of course, especially with malicious communication and pornography in our new age of learning, it is very, very important that we interact with this kind of information. So let me turn over to Ms. Thaw for the first presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sheila Thaw, and I'm presenting on my topic, sexual objectification, a qualitative inquiry into adolescent students' experiences in an urban post-secondary institution. So I will look at the introduction, relevant literature, research methodology, final recommendations, and the value of the research. All right, so these were some words and phrases that I heard that stimulated me to conduct the research, in addition to my reading of the American Psychological Association Task Force on report on the sexualization of girls. While talking to a student, I heard him say rape McFaddo. While I was sitting in my staff room, I heard another male student outside saying, "Girl, no make me rape you." In trying to pursue my study, I read a newspaper article in which Lloyd 2014 said, "I once witnessed a man grab a woman's private area and half a tree in his effort to figure out if all other buffness they are really fair." To my dismay, the group of taximen and other onlookers laughed, while others looked away as the woman, obviously shaken up, held down her head and walked away feeling disgraced. There was a thrust for the improvement of values and attitudes in Jamaica, and some of the values and attitudes that were being forwarded were respect, honesty, and monogamy. These further stimulated my interest in pursuing the research. So what is sexual objectification? Sexual objectification refers to people's body or body parts, fully representing them and valued mainly for its use to others. The person is perceived of and treated chiefly as a sexual object by the individual themselves or between individuals, and can be harmful or non-threatening. There are possible consequences of sexual objectification. Interpersonal sexual objectification has the consequences of people being treated and perceived of as lacking in competence. They are shown decreased moral concern. They are seen as having minimal attribution of mind, and they may experience sexual harassment. Consequences of intrapersonal objectification, otherwise known as self-objectification, may include the individual monitoring their body, experiencing shame about their body, experiencing appearance anxiety. Disrupted flow means that the person is unable to focus or concentrate on tasks. Interoceptive deficits means that the person is not aware of their bodily functions. They may experience self-harm and depression, eating disorders, and it may also negatively impact sexual intimacy. So I sought to discover whether sexual objectification occurs in adolescent students' intrapersonal and interpersonal relationships. I also sought to describe their experiences as well as highlight their beliefs about and responses to sexual objectification in the school environment, and to ascertain how they navigated these sexually objectifying experiences. So these were my research questions. I sought to understand how adolescents' descriptions of themselves and their peer relationships were exhibited as established descriptors of sexual objectification, how these adolescents respond to sexual objectification, what are the explanations for these sexually objectifying experiences, and what factors constrain these students' sexually objectifying experiences. So it was a exploratory, qualitative single case study conducted at an urban post-secondary school because they were seeking to implement a values and attitude program. And I also had access to adolescents, as well as I consider the core values espoused by the school. Adolescents were chosen because of their stage of development. I used purposive snowballing and convenience sampling, 10 males, 8 females, age 17 to 19. And they varied in complexion as well as body type. I also included a school counselor and a director of behavior management because of the experiences that they would have in relation to these students, as well as to provide information on the context of the school. Data collection method included individual interviews, focus groups, solicited diary interviews, reflective journal, direct observation, conversation, and document checks. The last 3 data collection methods were in order to aid understanding of the school context. So I analyzed data using Brown and Clark's 15-point checklist, as well as their 6 iterative steps. Trustworthiness, in order to enhance the accuracy and trustworthiness of the study, all of these were used: self-disclosure, reflexivity, peer debriefing, member check-in, audit trail, rich description, triangulation, and ethical considerations were also part of ensuring the trustworthiness of the study. So research, the main research question: how is sexual objectification manifested in adolescent students' peer relationships at an urban post-secondary institution? In answering the research questions, there were 6 themes under theme 1. Theme 1 was subtle forms of interpersonal sexual objectification. These were body and appearance evaluation and gazing. And gazing is really an intense staring or ogling of the individual. Theme 2 was blatant forms of interpersonal sexual objectification. These sub-themes were verbal harassment, non-verbal harassment, and being used. And being used was a principal theme throughout all data collection methods. And this refers to instrumentality, where the person is treated as a means to a sexual end. Theme 3 was self-objectification, which included body shame and body dissatisfaction. Body dissatisfaction was especially amongst male participants because although they were dissatisfied with their body, there was no shame attached. Promoting sexual objectification was theme 4. These are the things that promote or encourage sexual objectification according to the participants. 1, categorizing, female comportment, media forms, the gallus culture, homophobia, dominance, money and resources, peer influence, and attraction. Theme 5 was responses to interpersonal sexual objectification. So this was how participants responded when they experienced sexual objectification: indignation, self-consciousness, guardedness, distancing themselves from individuals, creating boundaries, minimizing objectification, feeling flattered, and silence. Silence is important because participants did not record or report their experiences because they did not think that anything would be done about it. Theme 6, intervening factors, maturity and personal reflection, valuing other personal characteristics and key individuals. And key individuals is especially important here because parents, guidance counselors, and positive peer influence can prevent or minimize individuals from experiencing sexual objectification. So my recommendations for practice was for individuals who are facilitating a values and attitudes program, inclusive of guidance counselors, to discuss with students the effects of the various media forms, including dancehall music, on their objectifying attitude towards themselves and others. discuss with students their expectations of males and females, and discuss issues around monogamy, especially because the galley's culture was extreme and intense and pervasive theme in all data collection methods. Discuss with students the risk of applying behavior stereotypes, especially when the stereotypes may not accurately characterize the student, and focus on various aspects of student socialization and school context as illustrated in this study. In terms of policy recommendation for policy, that a document should be developed that will help to bring about awareness of and decrease negative sexually objectifying experiences among the students, especially those instances of sexual harassment. Recommendations for research: employ quantitative instruments to reflect the themes and sub-themes emerging, further explore the association between sexual objectification and socialization, investigate the perception of males as success objects. So although many of the male participants did not experience sexual objectification, they did express concern about themselves being seen as success objects. So this research was very important because it helped in contributing to the discourse on sexuality and sexual objectification, specifically from the Afro-Caribbean perspective, seeing that most of the research that was conducted was on Caucasian participants. Also, it includes the male adolescent voice, which is rarely heard in the sexual objectification literature. Additionally, it extends objectification empirical literature, amplifying interpersonal instrumentality where individuals are perceived of and treated as means to an end sexually, as opposed to mainly focusing on self-objectification, because most of the literature focuses on self-objectification, but not much on interpersonal sexual objectification. So these were my contributions to research and to the literature. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thor, for that riveting presentation on sexual objectification. And, you know, coming out of that personally, I believe that we need a shift in paradigm as it relates to our culture, because our culture, you know, embrace a lot of what we are talking about. And so you know, and I love the fact that you said further research on quantitative, you know, gathering quantitative data as it relates to the relationship between self-objectification and socialization, you know, because I have a lot of thoughts going through my head regarding that. I would love to entertain 2 questions before we move on to the next presenter. Any question for Ms. Thor?
In the chat, I'm seeing a question. It says, regarding the Galley's culture, is there a corresponding female sexual objectification of male?
Right.
No, not from these research participants. However, some male participants did indicate that they experienced sexual objectification, especially male participants that were more mesomorphic, meaning they were muscular and had a certain physical attractiveness. So they may have experienced being touched on the chest, the genitals, and so on, but that was minimal compared to the females.
All right, we're going to take Marvia Wilson, and then there's a question by Rose Pringle, and then we'll wrap up. Ms. Wilson?
A very interactive, very good presentation, Mr. I wanted to find out though, even though you said you did a particular school, I don't know if there was a diversified socio-economical group in that school, and if you found that a particular social class had more issues with sexual objectification than another. I don't know if your research was able to pick that up.
No, the research was bounded and limited. So that was not part of the delimitation of the study. So further research could probably explore that association, perhaps a quantitative research. As it regards Rose Pringle's question, where the students inform of the findings of the research, is this Rose Pringle? Not directly. And Romaine, the finding of Bring fluttered, how appreciable was that finding? I'm not sure what that question is asking.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Thor, for that presentation. Let us move straight into the next presenter's work. Go ahead, please, sir.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned before, I am Inspector Sean J. Mitchell, and I'm with the Constabulary Force. I'm a part of the communications unit, and of course, communications officer, as well as our social media coordinator. So a lot of the exciting content that you've been experiencing on our social media platforms, I am part and parcel of the communication strategy. So today I was asked to look at gender-based violence and how we as police have been trying to protect and to serve our citizens in this respect. So I'm going to go straight into the actual presentation, and then I will ask for a few questions at the end. So violence. So we start with violence. Violence is any act that causes injury or harm, intimidates or causes fear, and demeans or humiliates another person. So the reason why I'm starting with this point of departure is that it will set the platform under which we will have this discussion. I am bearing in mind also that there is a time constraint, and there's a lot of content to go through, so please bear with me. And if needs be, I'll share my presentation so you can have it for future references. So gender-based violence is violence that refers to harmful acts directed at an individual based on their gender. It is rooted in gender inequality, the abuse of power, and harmful norms. And we added this last line about harmful norms because in some communities you find that it is an accepted part of the culture of that community as opposed to what is actually accepted on a national level. Gender-based violence also is a serious violation of human rights and a life-threatening health and protection issue. It includes acts that inflict physical, sexual, or mental harm or suffering, threats of such actions, coercion, and other deprivations of liberty. Right, so I know you're probably hearing some chatter in the background. I have a very vibrant office, so they're having a discussion in the background. Sorry about that. So there are several forms of gender-based violence, and we're looking at physical, psychological, economic, and of course, sexual. There are some myths about gender-based violence as well. And one of the primary myths is that gender-based violence happens only to poor and marginalized women. That is the farthest thing from the truth. So in spite of your status in society, your economic position in society, you are still, or people are still affected by gender-based violence. And it's not particularly about affecting women only, because men are also victims of gender-based violence. But for this particular presentation, I'll be focusing mostly on the violence against women and domestic violence and some other aspects of gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is not common in industrialized countries. That's false. Men cannot control themselves. Violence is simply a part of their nature. That's also not true. Men can control themselves. So let's look briefly now at domestic violence. And domestic violence is defined as any incident of threatening behavior, violence or abuse, psychological, physical, sexual, financial, or emotional between adults who are or have been intimate partners or family members. Because there's some aspect of domestic violence that does include family violence as well, because domestic violence, again, does not have a gender. It's not gender specific. Domestic violence speaks about violence against either sex on the basis of domestic related issues. So as I mentioned, DV is not specific to one gender. It has no gender, race, status quo, or any other type of demarcation. So there are several phases to domestic violence. And the first phase, and as I mentioned, this falls beneath gender-based violence. The tension building phase, when tension builds in the relationship, victims may feel like they are walking on eggshells around the abuser. And you'll find that a lot of women experience this. They'll be in a relationship with somebody where they are in a very tenuous situation where it is so difficult for them to even have a conversation with their partners because of the fact that they feel they might be abused or attacked or demeaned by simply asking a question in that relationship. There's also an abusive phase. The abusive phase usually occurs when the tension finally breaks. Once the tension breaks, this can be played out in many different ways. So usually this is part of the cycle when the abuser physically lashes out at the victim. So this is the point where this can become a police issue at this point. It can become a police issue in the initial phases if there are violations detected. And now we have the honeymoon phase. This is when the abuser becomes this loving, caring person that this person that you've married or the person that you've been with, and that person begins to buy gifts and to be extra affectionate. They start to make promises all over and they're going to change and it will never happen again. It's a lie. It will likely happen again. It's just the several phases of domestic violence or gender-based violence in this respect. So we'll also look at intimate partner violence, and intimate partner violence is the actual or threatened physical or sexual violence or psychological and emotional abuse directed toward a spouse, ex-spouse, current or former boyfriend or girlfriend, or current or former dating partner. So here's some realities about gender-based violence. It happens among people of all socioeconomic, educational, and racial profiles. So it doesn't matter the level of education that somebody attains or lack thereof. You persons in that respect are also subjected to the difficulties of gender-based violence or the harms associated with gender-based violence. And even in developed countries such as the US, 1 in 3 women report being physically and sexually abused by their partners. And if you're thinking about 1 in 3, that's a very, very, very high average. Male violence is not genetically based. It is perpetuated by a model of masculinity that permits and even encourages men to be aggressive, right? So a lot of people will challenge this notion, but the literature is there to support it, that it is sometimes based on the fact that we expect our men to be masculine. So we define these roles for men, or we have these self-defined roles, and men tend to act out in that regard. So risk factors for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. So these are some of the risk factors: lower levels of education, history of exposure to child maltreatment or child abuse, witnessing family violence, antisocial personality disorder, harmful use of alcohol, low levels of women's access to paid employment. And all of these factors, either collectively or singularly, does result or can affect can result in gender-based violence or intimate partner violence and so forth. So there are also some other risk factors here: past history of exposure to violence, marital discord and dissatisfaction, difficulties in communicating with partners. And we find that communication is also a very significant factor here, especially when we look at the domestic violence centers, where we have established several different response mechanisms to deal with gender-based violence / domestic violence. Of course, male controlling behavior is also another risk factor. So consider this, 25% of women globally aged 15 to 49 years old have been in relationships where they were subjected to physical and or sexual violence at least once. That's a significant number. 38% of all murders of women globally are committed by intimate partners. So think about that. 38% of all murders of women globally are committed by intimate partners. And I don't have the local statistics with me right now, but that's something that I can definitely provide at the end of this lecture. 42% of women who experience intimate partner violence report an injury as a consequence of this violence. So we're looking at the police response as to how we intervene and how we deal with gender-based violence. So we have established several domestic violence intervention centers, and we have one at the Matilda's Corner Police Station, the Constant Spring Police Station, Morant Bay Police Station, Yallas Police Station. So these have been operational since 2018. So it's not something that we are responding to now, given the current discussion and the current narrative. We've already established these centers rather, and we have been actively attacking or pursuing this issue of domestic violence, gender-based violence, violence against women. We have been on the ball with it. Currently, we have several other domestic violence centers which will be opened very soon in the coming weeks. We have been training our officers to be more responsive. We've been training people specifically to deal with domestic violence and gender-based violence. So the DV iCare, and I'll explain what iCare is. iCare is intervention, counseling, awareness, response, and empathy. So that's the name of the Domestic Violence Intervention iCare Center. So that's what it really means. It is important to note that no victim is made to feel even more helpless or is blamed for the behavior of perpetrators once they come to our attention and they're taken into these centers. And also of equal importance, it is for perpetrators to take responsibility for their own actions. Timely and appropriate response must be given to those seeking help. All cases and issues discussed are treated with utmost confidentiality and sensitivity. Therefore, mediation is not done in domestic violence cases. Why we don't do mediation? Because at the end of the day, we want persons to feel satisfied with our service. We don't go the mediation route. While we look at intervention and different modes or means of intervention, we try to avoid mediation from that respect unless the couple wants to take it before a court where they can be sent to a mediation center for that to be done. There has been a lot of discussion, and of course, a lot of that has been around police's response to domestic violence and gender-based violence. The fact is that we have been doing very well in terms of responding to the cries for help. We have been doing very well in terms of assisting citizens, but because of the confidentiality and the sensitivity of these cases, they're not discussed publicly, and the persons who we've helped will also want to keep that very confidential, so you'll not hear about it in the media. What you'll hear about is the few instances when a couple of our officers might have sent somebody home who was in a situation where they needed the help of the police immediately. And for those particular officers, they have been dealt with in very strong terms. We have taken very drastic actions in dealing with it because we do take this very seriously. And our response has been very, very good in terms of the numbers that we're getting through the DV iCare centers. Domestic violence iCare centers were established in 2018 to assist members of the public, including members of the JCF and their families, to deal with issues of domestic violence. And you might be wondering, JCF members? Yes. We have members who are also victims of domestic violence and gender-based violence. So the centers are not only geared towards dealing with members of the public, but because our officers are also people, and they have concerns just as well, and they face similar issues like every other citizen. So this is how the center works. It operates under 5 principles. The first one is intervention, the process used to deal with domestic violence matters when reported. Intervention must be systematic and effective. So intervention can be simple. Without a counselor, professional one-on-one talk is effective. That means the officer comes in and he or she will talk with the complainant about the issue. And sometimes you find that that is also effective. Classical as well, planned session with a counselor. So the DV eye care centers, that we do have trained counselors who are independent of the constabulary force. These are usually lay pastors or pastors within the community within which the centers are, or trained counselors who are volunteering at the centers. So there's also a family system, involvement of family members in the intervention process. So if the complainant wishes to have family members intervene on their behalf, we also will take it down that route. Crisis. Main aim is stabilization of the situation and optimizing safety of the victim or even the abuser, right? So in the crisis situation, this is when there is physical abuse and there is a situation where we have to intervene immediately to prevent loss of life, injury, damage to property, etc. So that's when we intervene and physically detain individuals. So counseling is also another part of the eye care center, where professional counselors are engaged in the process of intervention for a victim or even an abuser. Yes, the abuser does receive counseling as well. We find that in a number of instances that are placed before the local courts, we have the complainant or the victim who may recant, and you'll be surprised the number of people who actually recant because of varying situations. And that's why gender-based violence and domestic violence is such a sensitive issue. You will have a woman who goes before the court because she's tired of the physical abuse or verbal abuse. And once before the court, now the reality sets in that, how am I going to care for my kids? How am I going to pay the bills if he's arrested, if he's locked up, if he's charged? And no, that becomes the primary concern as opposed to her own safety. So in that respect, we do provide intervention counseling for the abuser as well. Because in instances where the complainant recants and decides that she's not going to press charges, then we have to ensure that she's going home to a safe space, or at least safe enough for her. So awareness is also one of the areas that we're pursuing, and this will take the form of public relations campaign, different levels of awareness programs, such as building awareness around domestic violence matters within the community via community meetings, workshops, issuing of flyers and brochures, etc. So it's a multifaceted approach. It's not a single-handed or one, it's not a one thing that fits all approach that we're taking. So while we're talking about prosecutorial powers, we're talking about police powers, we're also talking about intervention, but we're also looking at awareness as well. It is also important to include JCF members in our training programs. And as I mentioned earlier, our JCF officers have been going through a series of training to deal with domestic violence related matters, gender-based violence related matters. So we can be a force for good in the full sense of being a force for good, meaning that we take these matters seriously, we take people's concerns seriously, and that nobody gets turned away from a police station who is coming here to make a report. So the response, the help-seeking process speaks to how we as an organization respond to the issue of domestic violence when it's reported. It also involves community systems in place to aid the process. Therefore, engagement of other agencies, example, Women Incorporated, the courts, churches, etc., all become part of our response mechanism. So since this year, in addition to our plans that we have in place already, the response now, we have added different levels or different layers to ensure that this thing is dealt with very professionally. Our divisional commanders will have an overall responsibility for the management of all domestic violence related cases or gender-based cases that come to their attention. The Community Safety and Security Headquarters will lead on the domestic violence intervention. Divisional Community Safety and Security Officer will function as domestic violence intervention liaison for each division. And for each division, we have different layers. So police station commanders will also be designated as points of contact. Training. Training is absolutely important. So there's intensified training and resensitization, increased capacity for support to victims and parties involved. So we are increasing our capacity to respond in that regard, adopting a consistently professional approach towards victims. So the constabulary force is going through a number of changes. And while we are going through these number of changes, we want to let people know that we are getting better at what we do. We're getting more responsive. We're being more empathetic to citizens' plight for help. So our investigations will also look at intervention, education, and as well as prosecution. So the intervention is designed to immediately stop the acts of violence to save lives, stop physical and emotional abuse, and interrupt potential acts, responding to threats of violence. So there has been a lot of discussion around threats and how police deal with threats. The laws that relate to threats it's a little difficult, and it does have a few loopholes. So a threat, generally speaking, a threat to do something or do harm to somebody, if the threat does not explicitly say that that person is going to do harm to myself or to somebody else, then it's difficult for the officer to act. And the general action based on the law is that we warn the person not to carry out the threat. In other instances where there is an explicit threat via something that's permanent, so a letter that was issued or somebody wrote something and said I'm going to threaten you, then we can use the legislation now to arrest and charge that person for issuing a threat to kill. And the cybercrimes legislation, which was recently updated, does give us some amount of power in that regard to prosecute and to charge individuals for issuing threats. So we have, for example, malicious communication under the Cybercrimes Act that we can use to arrest and to prosecute individuals. So yeah, we did speak about the public relations campaign designed to reach both victims and perpetrators. Publication of Domestic Violence Intervention Handbook. We are working on a handbook right now. It's in the final stages of the final draft, and it will be published on our website. And we will have a lot of information in that book so that persons can seek help outside of the police station, community meetings with community safety officers as well. So we did look at the different prosecutorial powers. So the Domestic Violence Act is there. That was done in 1996. It was reviewed in 2004. And it does give us some powers to act in that regard. So the Act talks about protection order, occupation order. And of course, these are used by persons now who want to maintain some level of physical distancing between themselves as well as the perpetrator. So I won't get into the orders today. Offenses Against the Persons Act, and this act includes murder, physical assault, wounding with intent, and a number of other offenses under this act. This is one of the biggest acts that we have using right now. And of course, we spoke about the cybercrimes legislation. I am leaving a little room for questions if it's possible, but if it's not possible, given the time constraints, then I want to thank you for listening to me today and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Inspector Mitchell. Quite an informative presentation that you have given. I've learned a lot. One of the most important things, transformation in the JCF is happening, and I'm very, very happy that you came today to share all of this information. So we have one question from Ramin Stewart in the chat. It says, if globally the murder of women are linked to domestic violence and the local employment status of women is linked to domestic violence, is it logical to still maintain that being female is not a risk factor for experiencing physical domestic violence? That's the first question. Are you taking risk factor to mean cause or an effect? So,
Right. So that's a very good question. Right. So based on the definition of what domestic violence is, it would be unfair of me to make a comment outside of what the definition says. But what we're looking at is violence overall. There is a very high propensity for violence in our country. And in terms of risk factors, the risk factors that I mentioned are very specific to gender-based violence, domestic violence, violence against women. But there is no specific a particular thing or risk that makes it a little different based on the definition of what domestic violence is. It's not gender specific. And while the focus today was predominantly on women, there are a lot of cases that we investigate as well where men are victims of domestic violence. So while, as it relates to violence against women, you find that that's a different level or a different category as opposed to domestic violence or gender-based violence. Because as I mentioned, gender-based violence is really violence perpetrated against an individual on the basis of their gender. And if we're looking at it from that perspective, just a little bit of stats. Last year, we had roughly about over 1,300 murders last year. And of that number, we had over 1,100 of those murders being men. Yes, so it's roughly about over 100 plus women were killed last year. So if you're looking at gender-based violence or persons who were killed as a result of gender-based violence, men were the predominant victims last year and every other year prior to, because we are the biggest numbers. But in terms of violence against women, no, that's a whole different category. There was a second part of the question.
yes, it was. Are you taking risk factor to mean cause or an effect?
Right, so the risk factor that we're taking into consideration is definitely a cause. So when you look at why these persons are experiencing gender-based violence on the basis of what we define as the risk factors, then yes, it's a cause, not necessarily the effect of gender-based violence.
Thank you very much, Inspector Mitchell. Very, very informative presentation. And just to point out that, I mean, listening, I am picking up a central theme between yourself and Ms. Thor's presentation about the fact that it can be linked to culture. So, I mean, further investigation definitely will bring out how the culture and through socialization can really, highlight violence and, inflict violence on any gender at all. Because of course you spoke about male and females, just that in recent times we're seeing a lot of females out there being, having to deal with the violence with their partners, but we also have males coming out too, being affected by violence as well.
And just to point out one thing, there has been no increase in violence against women. While what we saw was a cluster of several incidents happening at the same time. And given the power of social media combined with mainstream media, now, so it was amplified.
Right.
But when you look at the actual data, there was no increase in violence against women. It does not take away from the fact that it's happening. It does not take away from the fact that we are investigating and we have been rigorously going after perpetrators.
Thank you very much again, sir. And with that, we invite our two final presenters.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, I see Renelle on. I'm Andrea Martin Swaby, Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, and with me is Ms. Renelle Morgan, who is a Crown Counsel from the Office of the DPP. And we will be treating with the issue of malicious communication, and the presenter, Mr. Mitchell, had touched on the Cybercrime Act and touched on the issue of threats. I trust that you will enjoy the presentations as they continue. So I'll hand over to Renelle to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we'll be looking at malicious communication, as Mrs. Martin Swaby said. And first, we want you to listen to a clip, and we want you to tell us, just by hearing the words malicious communication, what you think, well, whether or not you believe it is made out. I'm going to ask that you make your comment in the chat.
But you hurt me.
Yeah,
so that is a threat.
Yeah, never hurt you. I'm going to report it. I'm never hurt you.
So that is a threat. A threaten me.
Yes, I'm going to hurt you. And listen me very careful. Listen me. You see, any time in 3 weeks lock them up, then he's never kill you. Take it out, me tell you. Dennis, anytime. Dennis, if I not kill you, see, something wrong. No God, no come. Just hold on. Just wait till 3 weeks up, me girl. Just wait till 3 weeks up. We say, I see him place on our career then. Just take.
All right, so based on what you heard, is that malicious communication just by hearing the words malicious communication? Do we need to replay it? I'm seeing a raised hand.
They're answering.
Oh.
We're seeing several yeses, sounds malicious, several yeses through in the chat.
Thank you. Now we're going to go back. You soon tell us why you think it is malicious communication, but we're going to move on to the next slide.
But you hurt me. But you.
No, we've given you this is your little pop quiz for you to answer. Which of these options that you're being given is malicious communication? So A, sending a nude picture by mail to someone else. Do you believe that is malicious communication? Or is it B, leaving a threatening letter at someone's doorstep? Or C, sending a WhatsApp message containing a nude picture of your ex to her or him, threatening to send it to all of his or her friends if she or he does not have sexual intercourse with you? Or D, sending an eggplant emoji by itself to a colleague? And finally, all of the above. So please indicate in the chat whether or not, which of these options is malicious communication.
All right, I'm seeing several E's, but I'm also seeing B as well. Someone placed C and another person said all of the above. So it's all of the above seem to be capitalizing the responses.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ansel. Well, we're going to do the next slide and then we'll let you know whether or not you're correct. Now, malicious communication involves the use of a computer. So a computer has to be used for there to be malicious communication. Now, it's the use of the computer to send to another person any form of data, and data is not just limited to text messages. It can be you can publish it on a social media site, or it can be through a call. So it's not just in the form of a message. And that data is either obscene or constitutes a threat or is menacing in nature. And this is done with the intention to harass any person or cause harm or the apprehension of harm to that person or their property. And that is subsumed in Section 9(1) of the Cybercrimes Act. And we just wanted to know a computer is not limited to just the laptop or the personal computer. A computer can be anything that is used to send or receive data. and from one person to another. So that can be cell phones, tablets, iPads, smartwatches, and we are even learning nowadays that it can even include smart TVs. So in going back to the scenario, I want to know if anyone changes their answer. So let me know if based on hearing the definition of malicious communication, if your answer now changes.
Go ahead, participants, type in the chat. Let me share the info. All right, I'm seeing several persons with C. One person said A, C, D, but it's mainly C that is coming out now.
Right, and that is correct. The correct answer is C. Remember, you have to have the use of a computer to send data. And again, computer is not just limited to a laptop. A computer can be a cell phone based on the definition in the Cybercrimes Act. So the computer can be a cell phone, and it can be a tablet, smartwatch, anything that it can be used to send data. So it could not be A because A was sent by a mail. Again, it has to be the use of a computer. It cannot be B as it was a letter that was left. And it cannot be D because you would have to either be a menace or you have to cause harm or be obscene. I saw where someone said that they did not know what an eggplant emoji is. We placed it right here. It is now, it's the new thing nowadays. Young people are using it to show how they feel or what they would like to do with one another. All right. And thank you for the responses, everyone. Now, when we said the act must be obscene, what does it mean? It means that the material can be of a sexual nature, but it is not just limited to sexual content. So obscene material is whatever the society deems to be inappropriate, the wider society. And it may be material that would be considered to deprave or corrupt minds and allow persons to think it is okay to behave in a manner that is not deemed appropriate. So obscene is anything that we would not approve of as the wider society. And it can be material that could constitute a threat. And that suggests that harm or danger or punishment will come to another person or their property. And that was covered in the recording that you heard earlier, where he said that Denise may go kill you. That is obviously a threat because he was telling her that harm would come to her. And finally, the act must be menacing in nature. So the material must create fear in or through the receiver. Anybody has ever watched Dennis the Menace? I don't know if we're too young for Dennis the Menace. So if you watched Dennis the Menace, you know that he was a very annoying little boy. And so when we say that it must be a menace, it's you causing the person to feel as though you keep annoying them, or you're trying to create fear or to make them feel unpleasant about what is happening to them, right? So it is not as direct as a threat, because the threat is saying, I am going to kill you, but it's more annoying than a threat. I hope you're following me. Now, it does not matter who received the data, the offense is still committed. So if Tom types a message and he wants to send it to Lisa, and you know, nowadays when we're sending our message, you can probably send it to the wrong person. So if Tom is typing a message and he's saying, all right, I'm going to send Lisa a nude photograph of her because Lisa has left him. And so he wants to hurt Lisa. And by accident, that message is sent to someone else. Tom would still have committed the offense because despite him reaching someone else, it was meant for Lisa. And so he would have intended to cause her harm. Now, if you are charged and placed before the court with this offense and you plead guilty or you are found guilty by the judge, a trial judge, then there are two different types of penalties. In the parish court, and it's your first offense, you can be fined up to $4 million. Or you can be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 4 years. Now, if you cause the other person damage, so you affected their reputation, then you can be fined up to $5 million, or you can be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 5 years. And if it is your second or greater offense, second, third, fourth offense, you can be fined up to $5 million or be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 5 years, regardless of whether damage is caused. And in the circuit court, because this is a higher court, the fine and the time in prison would be higher. So if it is your first offense, you can be fined or be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 10 years. And if damage is caused to the other person, then you can be fined or be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 15 years. And if it is your second or greater offense, you can be fined or be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 20 years, regardless of whether you cause the other person damage. I'll now hand over to Mrs. Martin Swavey.
Thank you very much, Renelle, and good afternoon, everyone, again. Now, I want to explore the topic of revenge pornography. And you perhaps have heard this term being mentioned in many circles, and you've probably heard of the devastating impact it can have on its victims. And though women are primarily the victims of revenge pornography, we do have our men also being the subject of that type of naming and shaming in the cyberspace. So to begin, as we have a definition here, revenge pornography may be defined as the electronic distribution of sexually graphic images or videos of individuals without their consent. Now, I saw an article by Dr. Jason Haynes, and his article is titled Legislative Approaches to Combating Revenge Porn. And I thought that I could not improve on his description of revenge pornography, and I wanted to start by discussing that. He said this in the opening paragraph: "The phenomenon revenge pornography is a pernicious affront to its victims' dignity and sexual autonomy. If I may add, I would say it is a form of abuse. And given the fact that its primary victims are women, it can be aptly described as a cyber misogyny." And what I want to say, having interacted with women who have been the victims of revenge pornography, I think in this digital era, it is perhaps the worst way to name and shame a person. To have a person's sexually explicit image being distributed without their consent can have debilitating effects. And in the last time we did this presentation, Renelle had shown an example of even a student who had committed suicide after a certain video went viral. And though it wasn't pornography, it shows you that the victim almost feels helpless when it is that whatever is being depicted, whether it is a threat, whether it is a beating of the victim, whatever form of shame, when it gets on the internet platform, it can have serious psychological effects, and persons have been known to commit suicide. So as Renelle indicated earlier, under Section 9 of our Cybercrimes Act, malicious communication covers the obscene, the threat, and the menacing. So it groups everything together. So if it is a threat and it is sent to another person using a computer, you can charge that person under Section 9. If it's an obscene image or data, you can also charge a person under Section 9, or if it is menacing in nature. But in our research, we found that other territories have taken the revenge porn offense and have set it as an offense that stands alone. And I think they do it because of how serious this offense is. It's one thing to send a threat and say, well, I'm going to kill you. Of course, a threat would cause the person to anticipate harm. It's one thing to send a message that is menacing, but when you send that obscene data, you are invading the privacy of an individual, because one's image, the naked image of a person is a private image. And so if you look at the United Kingdom, what they did, they retained the malicious communication section under their Malicious Communications Act, but they introduced a new legislation that criminalizes the sending of sexual images, photographs, and films without the consent of a person. Because what the UK does is it focuses on the fact that you have no consent or authorization to disclose the private image of another. So what's the offense? Under the Criminal Justice and Courts Act, it says, and I believe this is Section 33, disclosing a private sexual photograph and film with intent to cause distress. That's the title of the offense. And it states this: it's an offense for a person to disclose a private sexual photograph or film if the disclosure is made, one, without the consent of the individual who appears in the photograph or film, and with the intention to cause distress. I think it captures the mischief that we want to address when it comes to revenge pornography. Next slide, Renel. Canada also takes a similar position. The offense is under their criminal code. It says publication of an intimate image without consent. That is a criminal offense. So they zero in on the fact that if you publish, distribute, transmit, sell, make available an intimate image, knowing that the person in the image did not give their consent, or you're reckless as to whether or not they gave their consent, you can be guilty. Next slide. And I see I have only a few minutes. Australia has also taken a similar position as well. Next slide. Next slide, Manuel. The issue is, and I think it's a very important discussion, should Jamaica take that approach that has been taken in Australia, in Canada, and the UK? Should we have a standalone offense or section that's devoted to revenge pornography? And it's a very important discussion now because the Cybercrimes Act of 2015 is now under review. And so in the review process, the legislative will have to determine, do we retain the sections under the Cyber Act as they are constituted, or do we make adjustments? Do we as the Jamaican people believe that revenge pornography is so egregious, it is cyber misogyny, that we should look to see whether we could elevate that particular matter and to treat it as an offense by itself? So in closing, because I see it's probably 1 minute left, there was the case of Donovan Powell, who was in an intimate relationship with the complainant, and the relationship ended. It is clear that he was very bitter about it because he had placed nude images of the complainant on a website that he created. He also sent it to varying persons, and he indicated to her that he was going to bring her down. And so we charged him, next slide, for malicious communication. It was placed before the court. He pleaded guilty and he was fined $1 million and imprisonment for, I think it's 1 year, but I'll check that back, 6 months or 1 year. Yes, continue, yes, continue, next slide. So in closing, I'll say this: revenge pornography is another category of abuse. And yes, indeed, our victims are primarily women. And I think because we grapple so much with violence against women, I think we ought to address whether it is the offense of sending this intimate image without the consent of the person with the intention to cause harm. You send images of their genitalia, you send images of them, a sexual image, whether that should stand alone as an offense. So thank you very much for hearing us. I trust that it was a rewarding experience for you. Thank you.
Awesome presentation. I can't even tell you how awesome this is. You asked a question and I want to just jump to answer. Yes, cybercrime are increasing given the shift in our society online. And therefore, I believe that there has to be, with the shift in paradigm within the society, there has to be a shake-up as it relates to our law and how we treat with certain situations. Because in addition to what I was thinking about in terms of we really need to re-socialize persons in understanding, how to treat with gender, not just women, but also to treat with men. But within this age of technology where, every single thing we take a pic, we post it, we take a pic. We are in a relationship and we take a pic and we send it to our significant, not even thinking, okay, fine, there might be a situation where, breakup, how do we handle breakup? How do we handle disagreements and conflict within our society? So we're not only just seeing it in a physical way, but we're seeing it now in the cyber world. And we therefore need to address it from a law standpoint, of course, re-socialization and re-educating or people is important, but from a law perspective, I totally believe that is something that we have to address, right? Because 50 years ago, this problem did not exist because we were not online. Now it's a situation where we're now online. It needs to be addressed in a serious kind of way. So I really appreciate that presentation. Let me just double check to see if we have, well, you know, persons are chiming in, very rewarding, great presentation, well needed. All presentation were timely, and that is coming from our VP of Academics, Dr. Zaria Malcolm Walker. So I just want to really thank you for that, because I mean, this has been such an eye-opening experience moderating this particular you know, cluster of presentation. The question that is coming from Dr. Walker is, will the law take into consideration cyberbullying in the school context as well? This is becoming more prevalent with online school. Take it away.
If I may, bullying is a very touchy issue. In fact, it's an issue that haunts us. Even bullying in the offline setting is very difficult for children, and it's difficult for schools to handle. The issue I've always said with the criminal law is this: if it is not a criminal offense offline, how do you justify it being a criminal offense online? So to bully a student in person, as in to shame them, to taunt them, is not a criminal offense. So it would be difficult for us to convince Parliament, or for Parliament to convince Jamaica, because remember, laws are passed not in a vacuum, and the people have a big say in the laws of our country. So if it is that to bully offline is not an offense, how do you criminalize bullying online? And this is the same way where persons say cyber defamation is cruel, and so it should be criminalized. But the problem we face in Jamaica is that defamation offline is a civil matter. It's not a criminal offense. So how do you say, because it's online, it should be criminal? Then the laws would not be balanced in terms of what obtains offline and what obtains online. But I know in academic circles, they've been arguing that even though, for example, defamation is a civil matter offline, the impact that it has online is so great that it's justified to make that a criminal offense. You are the academics. You are the people at the university. You can lobby and go to Parliament, even during the review of the Cyber Act, and say, guess what? I don't care what people like Mrs. Swaby, the lawyers, say, that whatever is criminal offline should remain criminal online, and there should be consistency. We are the bright people. We do the research. We know that people are killing themselves because of defamation online. So push the lawyers aside. You need to criminalize online defamation. That's a voice that Jamaica has, and can, you know, have your voice be heard in Parliament.
It's interesting that you just mentioned that, because I was also thinking while you were talking, if a research is done and the study recognizes that there is really a direct link with defamation of character and someone committing suicide or near committing suicide, therefore, can we now skew the law or put something in place to now say that, listen, once we can prove that there is defamation of character, once we can link it with the person or the victim, can we now press criminal charges?
Just justify that being criminal under the laws, yes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Miss, is it Miss Swaby, Mrs. and Miss Morgan, for your riveting presentation. We would have hoped that we had much more time, because all three presentations were timely, you know, well needed. However, you know, unfortunately, given the block of time that we have to move on, and we have to therefore turn over to the next moderator and series of presentation. So once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for bringing to us all of this information, and as I said, in a timely manner. thanks again, once again, for what you have bring to the table. And now turn over to the next moderator for the next session. Thank you very much again for allowing us to make the presentation on this platform.
What an awesome day it has been. Really awesome. Thank you very much, Ms. Hansel, for moderating that session. I really enjoyed it. I've been enjoying everything since morning, having my lunch here and just enjoying it. So very enriching, a belly full of information here. Our next session, and we are approaching the end of the morning session into the afternoon session. We have 4 presenters who will be coming up for this session, and that is Dr. Rose Pringle. Let me bring up my presentation on the presenters here. Are you able to see the slides that I've brought up here?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me just put it in the slideshow from beginning. How is that? Is that visible?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have, I'm going to go through the presenters, and in the essence of time, we're just going to flow that seamless into another person's presentation. And then at the end, we will take the questions and try to direct the questions to the presenters. And so that's how we will do it going forward. I gather that at the end also, or on the RDI landing page, there's a survey that will invite you to complete. So please do so. We want to better this year, next year, and the year after that. So we're always looking for a new approach. So we have presenter, Dr. Rose M. Pringle. And Dr. Rose M. Pringle is an associate professor in science education, School of Teaching and Learning. I was doing some research on her, and she has a plethora of books, as well as contributed to many chapters and a lot of grant going her way. She's from the University of Florida, and her topic this evening for presentation is researching practitioner inquiry as professional development. Then following Dr. Pringle, we have our own Dr. Robert Howe. And how can I leave this gentleman out? I could not. He's from Excelsior Community College, as I said. He's the Director of Operations and Administration. And his topic for presentation is building competitive advantage in higher institution through the customer intimacy value discipline, a Jamaican Community College case study. He's followed by Dr. Stephen Carr, and Dr. Stephen Carr is from the institution and known as the National Education Inspectorate. He's a senior staff inspector, and his topic is on a disruptive agenda model for creating high quality secondary schools in Jamaica, a precursor to meeting the demands of the 4th industrial revolution. And last but not least, we have these 2 lovely ladies, wonderful smile they do have, beautiful. We have Miss Nadine Walker-Wright and Shanice Brown, and you know that they're from Excelsior Community College. Mrs. Walker-Wright is the Dean of Internal Quality and Assurance, and Shanice Brown is the Secretary of Internal Quality Assurance, and their focus would be on certification for survival. Very, very interesting. So without any further ado, I am going to allow Dr. Pringle, give her the opportunity to share her slides, and we will take it from there. So Dr. Pringle, looking forward, you're on the floor now.
Let me say a hearty good evening to everyone, and I am still here. I'm pretty much back in my home country. I was telling somebody at a meeting yesterday, I said, if it was not for COVID, I would not be in this meeting. I would be in Jamaica. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm going to share my screen with you right now so I can start the presentation. Just give me a second. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to come out of it. Let me go again, please. I think it's my finger. So let me go one more time. Okay, this is not working out.
Or what we could do is, just in case as an alternative, you probably could send it in the chat, and then I will try and see how best I can assist in getting the slides up. Okay, yes.
Are you seeing my full, are you seeing my full PowerPoint?
Yes, you're seeing it now. Yes.
Are you seeing the slides to the side?
Yes, it's up. Yes.
No, are you seeing the slides at the side?
Yes, I'm seeing it. So probably you need to expand it. Right, right.
Okay. Good. Here we go again. So for the next, I think 15 or so minutes, I want to share with you, it is called Researching Practitioner Inquiry as Professional Development. And this work came out of a professional development program that was conducted over a 5-year period. So I'm going to talk a little bit about practitioner inquiry in educational research, talk a little bit about the context, then I'll look at the research really investigating practitioner inquiry, and then the authenticity of the entire program where you hear the voices of the teachers. So one of the educational goals, regardless of the society, is that you want to have, or we want to have, a population that is scientifically literate, that has workforce skills. And that does not necessarily happen in many places. In fact, I can safely say many societies are struggling because we are providing or preparing individuals who aren't ready to be functional citizens. Now, in my discipline, science education, we are entrusted really with making sure that K through 20 students are well prepared and they become scientifically literate. When that is not happening, then what happens is that the science educators go back to the drawing board, and then there's this reform in science education. So somewhere in 2013 in America, the whole globalization of this economic system and the issue with American students not doing well in science pushed the scientists and the science educators to begin to have different kinds of conversations. And what emerged out of the process was a reform in science education with a focus on what is called the 3 dimensions to science teaching and learning. So in historical times, traditional times, and maybe happening in some places, there was this push on content, facts, little snippets of information. Now, what came out of the 2013 meeting was this whole notion that within the disciplines, there are some core ideas that K through 20 students need. The foundation that will now lead to post-secondary education. And then you have cross-cutting concepts. So within science, technology, engineering, and math, there are certain topics that cut right across. Energy is one of them. Patterns and cycles. So why do them in individual disciplines when they are better done across the disciplines? A long time ago in science teaching, we focused on science process skills, and there were 13 of them. Now with the advent of STEM, where we're looking across these 4 major areas, what has happened now is that engineering and engineering practices have become an important part of science teaching and learning. And so embedded within the 3D is exposing students to science and engineering practices so that they pretty much do science and learn science in a manner that scientists do science. So in other words, science is not an alien subject for them. It's a part of their everyday learning in their classrooms. So we have teachers who are in the schools, and they've been teaching from when they were prepared in the very first instance. With any reform efforts, it means then that teachers need re-preparation. So I'm not using the word retraining because that has some kind of a connotation. So once we have reform efforts, there is the need for a new generation of professional development. And what should that include? It should include the whole idea where teachers are exposed to teaching strategies that are consistent with whatever the reform efforts are. Teachers should be constantly learning, so PD should be providing teachers with opportunities to learn. Best practices, not what I did when I was a beginning teacher at Michael Teachers College, but in the 21st century, practices that are tied with how people learn and tied with how scientists do science. There's this whole notion of school change. School change should come from within and not from outside. Teacher knows best. So PD should really empower teachers to have that stance and that mindset that we have a group of teacher leaders in our school system which will enact these kinds of changes. So we're very fortunate to have had a grant from the National Science Foundation that allowed us to develop a professional development program, and it is called the University of Florida Unites Teachers to Reform Education in Science, UFutures for short. Now, the program has 5 key components. In the center of the diagram, the science teacher leadership, where over a 2-year period, the teachers were enrolled in a graduate master's degree. So when teachers do PD and you send them out, it's what did they get from the PD? They may have some kind of a learning. What we did here, not only were the teachers learning other stuff with respect to teaching, but they ended up leaving the program with a Master's of Arts in Science Education, a fully developed job-embedded master's program coming out of the University of Florida. So that's one component. Every month over the 5-year, the 5-year period, the teachers were brought to Gainesville and we had a weekend cadre meeting. So the teachers came together and we have a professional learning community where, yes, they're learning in the master's degree, and whatever they're learning in the master's degree will now get reinforced, rehashed, and revisited during the cadre meeting. We had full district support and collaboration. We all know that if the administrators are not up with what is going on, it doesn't matter what you do, there won't be any changes in the school. But we had the buy-in from the principals and from the district administrators. We had what was called a teacher transformation series. So we were preparing these teachers to be teacher leaders. And so they had practice where they had to work with the teachers in their schools and in their district. Whatever they were learning, they were sharing. And that's a teacher transformation series. And then we had our middle school science professional learning community. Learning does not take place on a one-on-one basis. We learn best in a community within a community of learners. So one of the key pieces in our program, in the master's degree, is that in lieu of a thesis, our teachers did a capstone project, a practitioner inquiry project. And I want to share with you a little bit, compare what is considered to be traditional educational research and situating the practitioner inquiry into the service of education as a research component. So in educational research, we know it's a scientific endeavor. It is legitimate, it is systematic, and it is scholarly. Education research seeks to answer questions of problems dealing with teaching and learning. And it provides, at the end of the day, insights into procedures, into rules, into principles relating to directing and transforming the school and the classroom practices. Now, when you think of practitioner research, it is an aspect of educational research. So everything in educational research and more. In practitioner research, the teacher is positioned as a knower. The teacher is empowered and is an agent for educational change. You know, under normal circumstances, or then researchers come to the classrooms to do research, or researchers come to your workplace to do research. In practitioner inquiry, the teachers are no longer the subject, but the teachers become the researcher. So practitioner inquiry, it's systematic. It's a systematic analysis of the teacher's work, whatever they're doing in their classroom. It's also systematic in terms of analyzing what the students are learning. So teachers should not wait on the end of the exam whether it's a state or whether it's Jamaica's country, the exam on the national scale, to say the students are learning or they are not learning. Teachers should be able to identify that in their classroom, as long as they're doing the daily and critical look at their practices. So as I said before, practitioner inquiry is a form of educational research, and it deals with looking at the local concerns within the complexity of the classroom. But above all, the teacher takes on this disposition of a lifelong learner. So when teachers graduate from teachers' colleges or graduate with their degrees, that's not the end of their learning. That's really the beginning, because teaching is all about being reflective, and the goal is towards transformative practice. And of course, and in one of the earlier presentations, when a question was asked having to do with generalization and all of those good research, very good. But what we're doing here with practitioner inquiry, you're challenging the status quo of traditional research. In other words, it's not about generalizing to the entire population. It is about understanding the context and being able to make the kinds of changes for the betterment of your students' learning. Yes, because classrooms are not isolated. In one teacher's classroom, there are going to be findings that may be applicable to somebody's classroom, but the whole idea of a practitioner inquiry is not about generalization. So just a little diagram showing the process of inquiry. And when I work with the teachers, I put it this way. When you go to your bed at night, what are some of the things that keep you up when you reflect on your classroom? What do you think about your students? Which ones are giving you heartache or stomach burn? And that's the teachers' wonderings. They're wondering, teachers are good people, they're professional. They wonder about their students. Why is John not doing well in my class? Why is he always coming late? And so as teachers wonder, then they generate their research questions, and it goes through the cycle. So this process of inquiry, it's not linear. So once the teachers get to answer, then other questions are going to be generated, and the cycle begins again. The process goes over. But here, the teachers are producing the knowledge about teaching. They are not being told what is to happen in their classroom. They are doing and learning for themselves. So the purpose of the PD really was to develop a group of teachers who were teacher leaders. So they knew the science content knowledge. They were steeped in discipline, because teachers cannot teach what they do not know. And at the same time also, we wanted them to be able to impact not just their school, but to be agents of transformation as they move out into the wider school district. And so I'm going to be just sharing a little bit with you respect to two of the research questions that I looked at. And this is 2 out of extra many, but you'll see where this ties in with my latest publication. So here's my first question. What do in-service science teachers learn from practitioner inquiry, a component of professional development? And how do science teachers translate learning from practitioner inquiry into their classroom practices? So here, and I think I have a copy of the book here someplace, but this book, Researching Practitioner Inquiry as Professional Development, Voices from the Field of Science Teaching, is my latest publication from this work, and this was published in December. And what the book does, it captures the essence of the teacher's work. Now, many times when we present our research, we present our voices. So we do the data analysis, and then we present our interpretation. What I did in this book, I presented the authentic voices of the teachers. In the first 3 or so chapters of the book, it was about the history of science education. It was about the program itself, and it was about how I taught the teachers over 2 semesters to be able to conduct their practitioner inquiry. The major component of the book was the teachers sharing their stories. And so the whole idea is, what do teachers learn from practitioner inquiry? And I know that there's a limitation in time, so I'm going to go a little bit quickly here. So there are a couple of themes that were generated from the research. So the first one is that the practitioner inquiry impacted the teachers' practices. The teachers saw the practitioner inquiry as they conducted it. It really pulled out of them what we consider the unwelcome truth of teaching. You know, there are some things that within our professional group, we can talk about them, but we won't tell anybody else. So teachers sometimes talk about themselves and talk among themselves what they're learning. And so I'm going to be sharing with you some excerpts from the teacher's role, and also how it developed them as researchers and the new vision that they have for their own classroom teaching. So they've embraced practitioner inquiry as PD. And I'm going to go quickly. I won't share all of what is on my slide, but these are excerpts from the teachers, the actual words of the teachers. So here is one teacher who said, I have never experienced a more significant or powerful PD tool than my teacher inquiry. It transformed my classroom and the way my students achieve their understanding of science. It's not perfect, but my students are thinking for themselves and sharing with other students. And I'm going to share another one. I no longer write off a student or groups of students because factors in students' lives are not within my power or control. I might not understand, but I know how to research my teaching, and I know that there are places I can go, and it is okay to call my colleagues in the program about how I can address the issue in my teaching. And then one last one, it says, I will no longer be willing to assume that there's nothing to be done for a struggling learner. And this is a good one, the unwelcome truth of teaching. And I'm going to go through this. Asking teachers to look at their own weaknesses is a difficult and it's a sensitive process. And these are words coming from the teachers. Teachers have a hard time admitting their weaknesses. And I'm sure we can relate to that if we're teachers or if we've had teachers. They're generally good people who want their students to succeed, but there are gaps between students, gaps because of gender or ability or race. And we need to be able to admit those gaps and adjust our practices. But it has to be done in a non-punitive or evaluative way. It has to be done in a reflective way and intentional, so teachers can take a step back, look at their practices, analyze and understand the weaknesses that contribute to learning. When this is understood, then we could move forward with positive actions coming from a classroom teacher. In terms of enacting a reform-based science curriculum, it will not happen by simply putting the curriculum in the hands of the teacher and expecting results. It ain't gonna happen. It's not happening. It is simply not going to happen. The teacher has to engage in a self-reflective process to ensure that the curriculum is enacted in an equitable and effective way. I'm going to skip this one and go to the next one. Teachers becoming reflective practitioners. We all reflect. We all say we're reflecting on what happened, but reflection is a very important process in teaching and learning. So you look back at your action, you do something and you look at it. You examine the action and you say, well, is there anything that I can do differently? And then you decide to make that different action and move forward. This is the essence of reflection, being critical about your practice and then devising a better plan of action. So here's the element of surprise. As I did the inquiry, I learned how imperfect I am, you know. Not that I ever thought I was perfect, but the change took me by surprise, quite honestly. I really thought I had it together, and I watched myself teach and I listened to myself teach. It was humbling. It was humbling as you realize how much you need to learn. But the bottom line is I improved, and that's the key thing. That is the whole deal with the inquiry and introspection. It is the goal. It is the goal is to improve yourself. As a teacher, you always hear about being reflective. It seemed sort of like thinking back and having nostalgic feelings about what did or didn't work. But the inquiry project forced me to be reflective in a way that I didn't even know I could be. And I'm going to skip to the last one. And that is a whole different way of looking at yourself as an educator. Sometimes there is a tantrum thrown in there too. I'm going to go to the next slide. One of the things that we wanted as we developed the PD, we wanted to change the teachers' outlook on research. We wanted them not to see themselves anymore as being subject to somebody's research, but we wanted them to see themselves as researchers, knowledge generators. Within their own classroom, they can generate knowledge about their own practices, about students' learning. And so how do you develop that stance as a researcher? And this is the teacher's response. We took it step by step, coming up with a question, coming up with the kinds of data we need to answer this question. Then what kinds of actions are you going to take? Those are words of a researcher, where I am sure if you were to go into many of these classrooms and just ask teachers about their stance as a researcher, you would not get this. So after the program, the teachers showed signs of developing the stance as researcher. One result of this inquiry project is a realization that inquiry into my teaching never ends. If you are truly trying to become better, you have to understand that with inquiry, the more you know, the less you really know. Each question leads to 2 questions. Each observation opens another door of observations. Inquiry and introspection, they're almost interchangeably. And the entire book is about framing and reframing practitioner inquiry as professional development. And the data came out of the teachers' inquiry project. They had to do a reflective piece as part of their final examination. And a year after the project, the teachers did a formal interview. So I'm going to share with you just 2 slides, really. One problem that I have always found with PD is that I'm listening to someone else's research and I'm listening to someone else's ideas. And I always struggle with how to implement the topic in my own classroom. It does not necessarily work with my students or my kids. When it comes to teacher inquiry, the information that you are able to collect from your own students, the data that you get as you try something different with them that is much more effective to you as a teacher. You have collected your data on your own students and finding out what works best for your kids. To me, it's all the difference in the world to have my own information that I've collected and then to use my own information to work with my other students, either that same year or the next year. And I'm going to go all the way to the process of conducting my inquiry project required an adjustment in my own teaching practices, and I would say in my own thinking. The adjustments include becoming a better listener. Wow, if we could get all teachers to become better listeners, or in fact, all workers to become better listeners. I have now become a facilitator of knowledge as opposed to a deliverer of knowledge. Teacher inquiry as a professional development promotes self-efficacy. It has helped me develop a sense of self-worth inside my classroom. There's a greater focus on the content, and I feel empowered to direct my own learning to increase student achievement. And I say to my teachers, well said. Effective professional development programs should focus on teachers' learning and empowerment. It's not about some experts talking to teachers. My teachers taught me the term or the phrase, sit and get. That was how they were describing PDs that they were engaged in. They sit in a room and then somebody gave them something. Practitioner inquiry for teachers engage them in a cycle of activities that support their continuous learners. And it allows them to build a closer and a stronger relationship with their students. Of course, it develops responsive and context-specific teaching strategies. So the teaching strategies that may work at Queens High School might not necessarily work at Wolmer's for boys, or the teaching strategies that might work in Trenchtown, in one of those schools, might not necessarily work at Immaculate Conception. And so when teachers conduct the research for themselves in their own classrooms, they're developing context-specific strategies. And so in concluding, in coming to the end of my presentation, and this is also in chapter 8 in my book, I have positioned the practitioner inquiry as an essential element of PD. And I took the very brave step to say that practitioner inquiry should be the next effective elements of effective PD. So if you're doing professional development and you are not doing practitioner inquiry, then there is something missing. And in fact, if you're doing professional development for any field or within any area, as long as you are not engaging the teachers or engaging the participants to be looking at themselves, then it is still a sit and get. What you want to do is to empower your participants to see themselves as learners. Implication for the research has implication for teacher preparation and also for in-service education. And that should be embedded in initial teacher education program all the way to in-service education. And teachers should, and I'm repeating, engage in practitioner inquiry in any in-service education that they're involved in, whether it's a one-day PD workshop or whether it's a one-week PD workshop or even a 5-year PD workshop. Thank you.
Awesome, Dr. Prindle, awesome, awesome. I mean, I'm in total agreement, love your presentation. And we have several persons here asking where they can get the book. So probably you can pass on the information to us at some point in time so that we can share with our guests and our colleagues here. I would just want to quickly read, 2 comments from participants in the room. They are in agreement that continuous practitioner research and development is important. We need to be continually developing our own skills and changing with the times. So true, so true. Don't need to give what we know, but to learn new ways to help students learn, improve our teaching. And, as I said, everybody's in agreement with the strategy. It's a very good strategy, practitioner inquiry, very impactful approach. And I want to thank you, Dr. Prindle, for that lovely presentation. I'm sure in the near future, I will be seeing you in person as soon as this COVID thing here is over, because I love that. That is the approach that we should take as teachers, that self-reflection. We need to understand how we can help our students. We are no longer repositories of knowledge, but we are facilitators. Yep. Thank you very much, Dr. Prindle, for that presentation. So we move to the next person, Dr. Stephen Carr, a disruptive agenda model for creating high quality secondary schools in Jamaica. Dr. Carr. I think I saw Dr. Stephen Carr earlier, but I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I'm here. Am I next?
Okay, good.
Am I next?
Yes, you're next, Dr. Carr. We had a slight adjustment. I knew you were there.
Okay. What do I do? Start video.
Yes, you can share
screen.
Correct. I'm seeing it now.
Seeing it?
Yes, you can enlarge it.
Enlarge it?
Yeah.
That's the largest.
Probably, is that this? Hold on, probably it is my side, my view.
Yeah, it looks fine on this side.
Okay, it's good, Dr. Carr.
It's good? So, can I start?
Yes, you can go ahead, sir.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Daly. Good afternoon, fellow presenter Dr. Pringle, Dr. Howe, Nadine Walker Wright, Shanice Brown, and the 63 other persons online. I thank you for the opportunity to share with you 5 years of my research. This is 5 years in the making, this work. And the topic is a disruptive agenda model for creating high quality secondary schools in Jamaica, a precursor to meeting the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. I'm going to take you through a regular research cycle. I'm basically going to be telling you about my contextual, the situation analysis, my research questions, conceptual framework, my literature review, a very brief description, my research methodology, and my findings and recommendations. And so I'm led, my philosophical guide behind this research is a thought of Neville Ying, Professor Neville Ying, who provides a guiding inspiration to my research when he opined about the readiness of the schools in Jamaica to meet the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. And he spoke about the preparation of students for the next industrial age requires not only students with academic skills, but also students who are critical thinkers, innovators, problem solvers, and who possess the requisite soft skills. And I'm conscious of the fact that the schools that we have in Jamaica may not be in a position to do that. I'm also cognizant of the fact that we have a dual system of education in Jamaica. You hear about prep school, you hear about primary school, you hear about traditional schools, you hear about non-traditional schools, and the perception of parents and the perception of the community about these schools is wanting. And so I'm going to give you a situation analysis. For the last 58 years, governments have tinkered with access, equity, relevance, and quality of our schools. We have made strides in terms of access. You check back in 1962, we only had 55 secondary schools in Jamaica. At 2020, we're now at 172. So in terms of access, we have made grounds there. In terms of equity, we have PATH program, school feeding program. We had Rose 1 and 2 in the back. We had a K-13 strategy. We have CAP. All of these programs are trying to bring more people into the education system. In terms of relevance, CXC, the National Standards Curriculum, and very soon you'll hear about a National School Leaving Certificate. So we have made some strides. What we have not done well at is the quality, indicator of quality. We're lagging behind in Jamaica on the indicator of quality. Recently, the Prime Minister put together an Education Transformation Commission that is looking at the public school system and trying to make some recommendations to improve on quality. I'm a part of this commission. We had a meeting this morning. We're trying to look, one of the things we're looking at is curriculum. How can we ensure the curriculum as designed in the NSC is implemented in our schools? But let me take you further. The NEI, the agency which I work, did a report in 2015 that showed that 53% of our secondary schools were ineffective. And 77% of those schools were performing below MOEY targets for maths and English. Fast Track 2018, only 42%. We had a decline, but 42% of our schools are ineffective, and only 68% of these schools were performing below targets. In fact, only about 40% of our students have the requisite matriculation to get to tertiary. And so, my concern, all of this bred me to do a research. And my mandate is on the fact that I have an 11-year-old who's going to do an exam in a month's time. And I am concerned about what if my child, or what if your child, got into a poor performing schools. That is the moral purpose that I want to bring to my research. And so the purpose of my research was to construct a substantive model for turning around secondary schools classified as being unsatisfactory and need immediate support by the NEI Jamaica, by gaining an in-depth understanding of what contributes to high-quality secondary schools in Jamaica. And my research questions: what are the critical components of a school turnaround model for poor-performing schools in Jamaica? What are the perspectives of key stakeholders on the critical processes required? And how do school turnaround leaders accomplish school transformation? My conceptual framework, I won't go into all of it, but what I can tell you is that as a child, I was one of 11 students who got into a quality secondary school. And there were 60 of us in the class. And I cried for days. I cried for days because most of my friends were not getting into a quality school. That desire to create quality school, I want to say, started from way back there. I've done studies across Jamaica. I've looked at studies in the UK, and I've come to a conclusion that there are wide disparity in the quality as well as effectiveness in Jamaica. And my philosophical assumptions, I can tell you another time, based on interpretivism, constructionism, and symbolic interactionism. My theoretical underpinning, systems theory, education production theory, and education change theory. My design is to create quality secondary schools in Jamaica, and my research goal is to create a school turnaround model that's based on multiple voices. And so I'll tell you about that. In terms of my review of literature, I was influenced by the education reform movement. Much of the work done by Barber and Morshed in 2007. They look at the top 10 schools in the world, top 10 education system in the world. And in those systems, these schools, these programs, these policies and programs were put in place to get the right people to become teachers. They also wanted to ensure that these teachers had the requisite skill sets to teach these students. So teachers, teaching, and that every child matters. If you look at my theories, education production theory suggests that the right amount of inputs into an education system will actually turn the right amount of outputs. I was also influenced by Michael Fullan. Fullan speaks about moral purpose. There are many of our schools in Jamaica that continue to be poor because nobody has that moral purpose to transform those schools. And so moral purpose became a leading idea behind my research. The other thing is about transformational leaders. The schools won't be turned around unless you have that person, that transformational leader who will go into the school. And so my methodological framework is based on a qualitative research, but done on the premise of a grounded theory methodology. More specifically, constructive grounded theory. I am influenced by the architect of that constructive grounded theory, Kathy Sharmas. And Sharmas has been my close friend ever since I started this research. And so I will take you through participant selection. I will take you through my sampling technique, how I collected the data, my data analysis leading to my school turnaround model. I am influenced, I told you before, by symbolic interaction, and I had some rigor in terms of peer review, triangulation, which I will speak about shortly, and my audit trail. So in terms of my participant selection, I had a set of selectors. My selection of persons were based on 5 categories. In category 1, which was based on convenience sampling, I looked at some government officials, some school inspectors, chief inspector, the permanent secretaries. I looked at 5 key characters at that level to get a feel as to what is happening in the system. Those persons put me onto, in terms of snowballing sampling, to category 2, which is basically people who have worked on the education transformation project in Jamaica. So I went over to these consultants and they gave me another perspective. These same people put me onto principals who were actually excellent, did excellent job at turning around schools. So I interviewed 4 of those principals. I went into a school in St. Thomas and sat there for the whole day and saw what a transformed school looked like. I then went into a number of schools and spoke to the staff of these schools. And then I also interviewed some students and parents. So I had in total about 49 participants. So I did semi-structured interviews with these people, the consultants, the principals, and the government officials. I did structured interviews with teachers and staff. I did focus group with student council leaders and post-secondary students. I must say, this is not to be shared, that these post-secondary students were all from Exed Community College. I did some parents, and I did a concept mapping session in which I wanted to find out from these student leaders and post-secondary students, what is your ideal school? And so they did a concept map for me. And they told me what would make for their ideal school. What is it that I would need to create this quality secondary schools? I must say to you that the analysis of the data suggests that it was things like leadership. They wanted to be a part of the decision making of schools. They wanted better lunch. They wanted oxtail and rice. They wanted better security. They wanted to feel safe in their school. There are different reasons, but we found a way to put together what is it that these kids were asking for in terms of creating better schools for them. In terms of data analysis, I was influenced by Chalmers, and I used Chalmers data analysis, which looked at 2 levels of coding, an initial coding and a focus coding. At the end of all of this coding, I started off with 184 codes, and I went down to 8 categories. A lot of work, but we eventually got to 8 categories. So I'm telling you what are my findings. My findings have to do with my research questions. What are the critical components? And the critical components are these 8 things. Leading and managing. So leading and managing is important. Promoting pedagogical excellence, quality teachers and quality teaching. The school culture and ethos has to change. It has to emphasize learning. We need to look at stakeholder support for some schools. There are some schools that didn't have the kind of old boy association and the requisite support system. And so stakeholder support became important. A data-driven and research culture. No school will change in Jamaica unless you have the data to sit on and say, here's what I need to change. Here's what I need to change now. Parental support, parental engagement became very important in all the people I interviewed. Accountability. Many of our schools, nobody is accountable. And an infused accountability matrix suggests that we're looking at students being accountable for their learners, for their learning, parents accounting for the schools providing the right kind of learning, principals, teachers, everybody in a dual accountability system, ensuring that the right things happening at school. And we want to create an enabling environment, including providing the right technology, the right resources. But ultimately, this is the perspective of the key stakeholders. As it relates to my second research question, how do school turnaround leaders accomplish school transformation? Let me tell you what was important. The principal had to be new. He had to be somebody who came in here, had no preconceived ideas as to what took place before. He is coming to change. The principal that has sat in it, let me not say dirt, has sat in the system for so long, really is not going to be a good job at transforming the school. So the principal was new. He brought a transformational leadership style. He brought good HR skills. He strategically deployed staff. He engaged all stakeholders early, parents, the board, teachers, the community. He got everybody in together and said, here's my view, here's my transformational activities for this school. He made top priority students' needs and transforming the teaching and learning process. He led from the front with the transformational agenda. He collected, analyzed, and utilized data to make decisions. He made calculated risk. He managed the discipline in many of these schools, poor performing schools. You have to manage the discipline of both teachers and students. That's one of the requirements. And you need to optimize resourcing of the schools. We found, this is my research, suggests that here are some critical things that turnaround principals did in turning around their schools. And so out of this research came what I call a disruptive agenda model. Disruptive agenda model suggests that in order to transform schools in Jamaica, there are 8 critical processes or inputs that must happen. So in transforming our poor performing schools, you need a leader, you need a manager, you need somebody who's going to lead and manage the process. You need to look at quality teaching and quality teacher. You need to ensure you hire only the best teachers and that these teachers can teach and these teachers have a sense of agency, that they feel that I can make a change to these students. You need to look at the culture of these schools. In schools that I've been to, the principal made a good work of changing the culture of the school. It changed a uniform, it changed how they believe about themselves, but the culture of learning will have to change if you want to transform the school. The Ministry of Education and the boards and the PTA and the PSA need to create this enabling environment that provides the right resources for some of these schools. Stakeholder support, parental support, and parental support is more than just in some schools, and many of these schools, it's parental engagement. How can you engage the parents to supervise learning? Accountability was a key issue that many of these schools, the only time they account for anything is when the principal is around or when the ministry is coming. A research and data-driven culture, any school that you go to, you want to change, you have to know why the school is such a poor school and make those requisite changes. So here is the model that I came up with. It's called a disruptive agenda model because it's going to disrupt some of the things that have been happening in the schools. I came away with a tagline, business unusual. Can't be business as usual. If you're going to turn around schools in Jamaica, it has to be business unusual. So out of these 8 things came a model that suggests that if you want to transform a poor performing school in Jamaica, here are some critical things that needs to be done. And so here are my recommendations. My recommendations suggest that the government of Jamaica must play a more central role in providing the financial and human resources to facilitate and sustain turnaround. So you're going to need some psychologists, you're going to need some special educators, but there is a set of financial obligation that needs to be done. And we said that in the second point. A new model of financing must be done. These schools, special provision for poor performing schools, that stay with these schools until maybe 5 years down the road, you're still giving them money to ensure that they make that goal of being transformed. There's also a need for a national philosophy. What is it that our schools are ought to be producing? What kind of graduates we want? What field of work will these graduates be working in? So we need a national philosophy about the role of education in national economic development and then develop curriculum to match those things. So we spoke about aligning the curriculum to that national philosophy. We also understand that we need to identify who we want to, what kind of graduate we need to compete in this global scenario. I'm trying to wrap up. In terms of practice, I feel that's one of my recommendations. The government needs to train, recruit, and develop a special cohort of transformational leaders for placement in these schools needing transformation. So NCEL would create a training school that will have a training session that looks at creating these transformational leaders who are able to go into a school and within 2 to 3 years, move that school into some level of transformation. Another suggestion I have is shared leadership. So you have a good principal at JC, and that principal has been doing a good job for a long while. You ask that principal to leave the school in the hands of the vice principal, to go into a school for 3 years and make that transformation. And we think that we could replicate best practices using shared leadership. Also suggest that the government could look at a Teach Jamaica initiative, similar to Teach USA. What you have is bright minds at EXED, bright minds at UWI, bright minds at UTech. You give them a special incentive. I want you, with all the content that you have, I will provide the methodology. You go into a school and you try, and I teach you the methodology, and you go into a school for 2 to 3 years at the expense of your student loan. So some sort of initiative to get them in the school. I also found in my research when I spoke to students about their need to be a part of leadership and their need to be a part of decision making. And I think that in order to reframe the culture and ethos of school, we need to give students more meaningful role. And so all of those schools who don't think that students have a voice, we think that those schools need to look at how one of the things that I found was social injustice, that students felt that it was an us versus them. If we can shut that thing down about us versus them and everybody see that their role is to change the school, we think we can change that. And finally, accountable matrices. In the very good schools of Jamaica, parents put teachers out of work, especially in those prep schools. We need to create an accountable system that teachers know that they're accountable to their students. Students need to know that they're accountable to teachers, they're accountable to learning. And so an accountability system that spans the entire stakeholder cohort, that in essence would be critical to turning around schools in Jamaica. In essence, that's my presentation.
Dr. Kerr, let me tell you, excellent presentation, Dr. Carr. I mean, you know, the complexity of what is happening around us, we really have to try to get it simplified. You know, as you put it, it is business unusual. Right. And a comment here from several persons in the group. One was saying, you know, we, you know, it should, well, I don't want to ask a question yet, but it's about communities of inquiry. We operate in too many silos. So, you know, that adds to the complexity of the issue here. An excellent presentation, Dr. Carr. And I'm looking forward to, if we have time, to answer some of these questions that the persons in the group have. Thank you very much. Our final presenters are from Excelsior Community College. The beautiful ladies, Mrs. Nadine Walker-Wright and Miss Shanice Brown. Their presentation is on certification for survival.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I am gonna do my best with the time that I have left to keep you entertained. Are you seeing my screen? Yes.
Yes, I'm seeing your screen.
I hear it, so yes. All right, so we're here to talk about certification for survival, and we recognize that in today's world, it's a very competitive, and therefore educational institutions also have the task of competing for market space and also for quality. And so we find that certification is critical in terms of accreditation, in terms of quality certification, and Excelsior has embraced that challenge, right? So this presentation is sharing on Excelsior Community College's drive and what we have done so far. So in terms of certification, Excelsior uses accreditation and certification to help customers gain confidence, access funding, to grow student enrollment and success, and to increase collections. And if you look in the slide, you're seeing the logos of some of the institutions, the entities that we have sought certification and accreditation services from. So we have the ACCA, the University Council of Jamaica, which deals with our, well, previously it used to be program accreditation, but we are happy to say that this year we are going up for our evaluation for institutional accreditation. We also have CompTIA certification, which allows us to offer programs that grant professional certification to students. So we're accredited to offer those. Also, City and Guilds, the Nursing Council of Jamaica also oversees our BSN program. And also right now, we are on the brink of going up for our ISO 9001-2015 evaluation for certification. We recognize at the college that without certification and accreditation, then customer confidence is not as strong as it could be. And so we have strengthened our processes and our image by garnering these certifications. All right, the ISO 9001-2015 is a quality management system certification. It is used to assess the ability of the institution to be consistent as it provides its products and services. And these products and services must show that we are committed to continual improvement and to enhance our customer satisfaction. The process is very data-driven, and therefore the college must continually collect evidence that it is doing what it ought to do and be ready to upgrade and improve as the need arises. So just to give you a background as to how valuable this certification is in Jamaica and globally. So our research showed that up to 2019 worldwide, there were 883 plus valid ISO 9000 certificates. This represented a 0.5% increase over the previous year. But what was interesting was that this report came at the start of the global pandemic. And what the ISO organization was reporting was that in spite of the global pandemic, there was still an uptake in certification, in ISO 9001 certification. So it does speak to the value that even though persons were pressed for finances and pressed for many other reasons, they still sought to ensure that they had this certificate. Within Jamaica, though, the ISO organization was reporting 38 Jamaican companies with active certifications across 17 sectors. Only 2 at the time were from the Jamaican education sector. And I see some of my colleagues from some of those noteworthy institutions in the presentation, so you can pat yourselves on the shoulder. At the NCBJ, though, institutions are required to self-report, and on their records, they were reporting 23. And just to give you a outlay as to what the 28 breaks down to. So if you look across the sectors, you're seeing that currently in Jamaica, public admin has the highest number of certifications. And that's coming against the background of the government of Jamaica's commitment to ensuring that public entities give quality service, because no more should people walk into a government entity and say, oh, it's government, and you know, it's gonna be poor service. No, the government is saying that we as a country can do better. And Excelsior Community College is also agreeing, and therefore we are putting our foot forward. This year in May, we will be evaluated likewise. Just to share a testimonial from the NHF, they have been certified by under this standard since February 2005. So the CFO, Everton Anderson, is saying that being certified to his company means that customers, staff, suppliers, and other interested parties can be confident that the NHF is committed to quality, safety, reliability, and outstanding customer service. So ECC wants to also agree with him by taking on this certification and seeking to maintain all of what the certification is saying, that claiming that we stand for. The ISO 9001 is based on the principle of Plan, Do, Check, Act. And in this principle, it requires the organization to establish firm plans, implement these plans, and check to ensure that the plans are achieving the intended results. And as a part of continual improvement, act by adjusting, learning from what you observed as you implemented, and make the necessary steps to create continual improvement. And so for us, we have engaged the entire team. And this presentation is everybody's presentation, all of Excelsior's presentation, because we recognize that achieving certification is everybody's business. It requires our customer, staff, and our government partners and employers to be a part of the process. And just to share before I hand over to my colleague, these are some of the statements that came from within the Excelsior team. So the person in Student Financial Services said this, and I thought it was a very powerful statement. She said that ISO 9000 2015 creates an environment for change and survival. And this was not prompted at all. So it is telling us that the team members who are new to the process have bought in, And therefore it is a good footing for us to move forward on. And I'm gonna play the soundbite from the Dean of Research. Now, the research unit is within scope for this evaluation that's about to take place. And so it is very critical that the Dean has this to say. I did. I'm not hearing her voice, but I'm gonna try and play the clip. It's loading. Don't know, seem to be having some technology challenges right here. Let me just stop for a while. Let me see what's happening with that share. I'm gonna share again. Share sound, yes. It's not playing. All right, well, you know, every time if something can go wrong, it will. And let me just stop sharing and start again. And we will have to just hold that clip for now and play it at another time. Huh? I'm still on. I'm gonna share again. Share screen. I don't know what's wrong with the audio. All right, I'm gonna share again.
You're muted, Mrs. Walker, right?
All right, I had to mute. I'm gonna share screen again.
Okay, okay.
This is what the technology does to us sometimes. I'm going to skip to another slide that does not have the audio clip. I believe that it's the audio clip that's giving us a challenge. So I'm gonna move to another slide and Ms. Brown will continue from here. So I'm gonna share.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So this slide shows a timeline of the ECC certification journey. And in
sorry, Ms. Brown, you want to put it in the slideshow? It's a bit
I was
small.
trying.
Okay.
Give me a
All right,
second.
go ahead. If it's not working, probably you could use your cursor and make the side with the multiple slides a little bit smaller. Probably could drag it to the to your left. If the slideshow isn't working. Okay, great. There you go.
Okay, I'm back again. Sorry about that. So in 2014, the college's first version of the quality management system was approved, and by quality management system, I mean the quality, and by the QMS, I mean the quality management system. During 2014 to 2017, the college had key members that were working to ensure our products and services were quality assured. And in 2017, the IQA unit was established and the quality assurance mandate was assigned. And it is this assignment that the IQA unit commenced producing a lot of their deliverables. As you can see, 2018 looked quite busy, right? So in January, there was an extensive gap analysis completed, which birthed the ECC's first quality plan in February 2018. And in March, a quality assurance training plan was developed for the overall college, and we initiated capacity building. So in April, we partnered with MICAF, also known as the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, to assist us with going for ISO certification. And by May, they joined us in initiating training and document review. What this means is that we were assigned a consultant and a specialist to assist with the process. And as you can see, we celebrated World Quality Day in November. And as the name suggests, this day is not just an ECC celebrated day, it's internationally recognized. And during this event, we invited organizations for panel discussions and included the participation of both staff and students. However, our journey did not stop there. So in 2019, so in 2019, the college was awarded institutional accreditation candidacy by the University Council of Jamaica. And during 2019, though it's not highlighted here, the IQA unit hosted a series of training sessions targeted to help sensitize the full staff complement of ECC on ISO awareness training and root cause analysis training for top management. And in 2020, the college shifted to operating remotely and some key things were affected. However, we conducted internal quality audits in March and activated our ISO steering committee in June. So since this year, 2021, we have signed the ISO 9001 2015 evaluation contract from the National Certification Body of Jamaica. We conducted verification exercises and audits, and we're currently preparing for our first stage audit on May 26, 2021. We're projecting that we'll have our second stage audit by June, July, and be certified by September, all by this year. Very ambitious year ahead for ECC. So you must be wondering, what are some areas or aspects that have been implemented to having a quality framework? So here are some of the key aspects. So though our journey may seem seamless, we did have some hiccups and challenges. Our first challenge was with the system in the developing stages and with having inadequate data to support the system, and we combat this challenge by establishing a documentation system, collecting and storing data. In establishing a documentation system, we now have a document control manual, and we have hosted document control training sessions for our admin staff and key documentation personnel to assist with this process. We also had human resource challenges with lack of staffing and a cultural resistance. And it is a common factor among almost all organizations where there's a resistance to change because it is hard to break some persons out of what they are used to. And we responded to this challenge by co-opting staff and providing training, orientation, sensitization sessions to highlight the benefits of the ISO journey. We also experienced limited resources as a challenge. However, we had to change our strategies and adapted where necessary. And of course, COVID-19 struck and ECC had to respond quickly by implementing online strategies and procedures and a COVID-19 policy that outlined our plans for continuity. Through the challenges, we had the endurance and we made some progress. This is the progress we made when the quality framework was established. We now have documented process maps for our core and support services, a quality manual, and a document control manual. So what impact will the certification have on ECC? There'll be an increase in our satisfied customers. We'll be able to compete not just with the community colleges within Jamaica, but with a global marketplace. Our students won't have to worry whether their degrees will take them places. Excelsior Community College will be among approved, trusted, and accredited institutions internationally. So the big question is, how will this all be maintained? Here are a few of our strategies for maintaining the framework after certification. There'll be a continuation of the ISO steering committee with its prime focus post-certification to maintain an effective and efficient quality management system, as well as an establishment of a recognition system and quality culture through sharing our successes and rewards.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Brown. I'm gonna play the sound bite from one of our staff members from my phone.
In my ISO journey is that I think my department experienced increased efficiency and in terms of our operations, having gone through the process of documenting our processes and streamlining our communication protocols, it has made us more efficient, more effective, and better able to track our deliverables and evaluate the effectiveness of our service provision to our stakeholder groups.
All right. And that was the Dean of Research. I'm gonna play the other soundbite again from my phone. You see, we have to learn to improvise a lot this year. And all the technology that we can bring into it, we are using. So I'm gonna play this soundbite from the other person. I'm hoping it's this one. Right, I think this is it.
My key takeaway or lesson from the ISO 9001 process is that it requires serious documentation, updating, monitoring, and accountability for relevant persons who work in the various divisions. It also requires that things must be in order and that we work, although somewhat in isolation, they all intertwine, all persons' roles and key functions intertwine so that to fulfill the overall or overarching objective of the college. And where one person falls short, it can affect the whole.
All right, so that's the soundbite from Miss Priscilla Duhaney. And very importantly, one from our Director of Operations, that ISO certification requires the institution, the entity, to be disciplined and focused on customer satisfaction and customer needs, focused on systems and data, collecting data to make informed decisions that will create the environment for change and for survival and for competition in the marketplace. And just to confirm that Excelsior is committed to continual improvement and success. Our motto, Aje Anemo, again, is another thing that we use, and our founder has set the framework for us, and we are committed, and by the end of this year, we hope to we will be able to show our ISO certificate as well as progress towards full institutional accreditation. So I thank you all, and I believe it's time for the question and answer section. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Walker-Wright and Ms. Shanice Brown, for your presentation. A quality presentation, I must say, and it is a reminder of the importance of quality assurance, procedures, standards. Those are important to as part of the process to gain accreditation, to gain that competitive advantage out there in a very, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to use the word violent, but a very competitive educational landscape. So thank you very much for your presentation, ladies. We're going to take quickly 3 questions, and I'm going to see if I can find the 3 questions right here quickly to see, okay, here's one question. I'm not sure. I think this is for Dr. Carr. Should principals be rotated? Is Dr. Carr still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so should principals be rotated to other schools after established period of time? That's a question as it relates to your presentation, Dr. Carr.
So my model speaks about a rationalization of resources. And one of the rationalization of resources is a suggestion that we could rationalize leaders, and that you have a school in which the principal is a transformational leader, have done a good job, and have trained a team of his leaders, managers, that he could easily leave the school and go over to another school and do the same transformational activities. So this is one of the proposals of the model that I've come up with, that we look at how we share leadership and share resources.
Interesting point.
Right.
Interesting point, Dr. Carr. Thank you for that answer. Let me see if I can find one more here. What is the responsibility of the ministry and its entities in supporting schools, particularly at the primary, secondary levels, at being data-driven? Let me read that again. What is the responsibility of the ministry and its entities in supporting schools, particularly at the primary and secondary levels, as it relates to being data-driven? And I think that is for you again, Dr. Carr.
You know, I'm a part of this Education Transformation Commission, and that's one of the things that we are looking at. How can we build capacity within primary school and secondary school to actually analyze both internal and external data to customize curriculum, customize programs, customize interventions to help students do better at literacy and do better at numeracy and do better at the secondary level. So we have data, but the analysis of this data, the technology to drive the data, there are a number of things that's missing, and the ministry will have to provide that support in terms of capacity building, providing people in school who have the capacity not only to see the data, but to actually analyze the data. And there are schools that have data but don't know how to analyze it.
Yes, thank you very much. And, you know, I share the sentiments of our principal, you know, excellent work, and I'm sure others will concur as well. But he's saying that you need to write your book, you know, about most of these findings, these research findings. It would be an interesting guide probably a template for those schools that are deemed not performing. I don't like to use the word failing. I don't use it in my class at all, you know, but it is something that we need to look at. And I want to thank all the presenters today. Dr. Prindle, believe me, that was gave me goose pimples, reminded me of the importance of being facilitators rather than thinking that we're repositories of knowledge. And Dr. Carr, the enthusiasm was there. The ladies, Mrs. Nadine Walker, right, and Shanice Brown, very important. So everything was aligned. Everything was, you know, was appropriate, fittingly appropriate, and appropriately fitting that this presentation comes at the end of the session today. So excellent work to the RID team, you know, Dr. Zaria Malcolm Walker, I would say also the principal, all the presenters. It was just such an overwhelming day, but let me tell you that overwhelming day was one that was enriching. And I really do thank you for the opportunity to be your host, your MC. This intellectual meeting that we have had here today is inspirational. And I feel like I'm going to be writing shortly when I get home. So thank you very much, ladies, gentlemen, guests, all. It was a wonderful day. Very, very, a full mouth, a belly full. Thank you very much. And we're going to sign out here for today. Remember, you can go to the landing page for our RDI, leave your comments there, do the survey. You know, if you want to get in touch with the research unit, do so through that medium as well. You know, we are open. This is what we are all about. We are an institution about global preparation of the workforce. We welcome everybody and see you when I see you. Take care.